It's double 18.
Going
It's the
on the
perfect
fifth
nine
leg.
dart, and he's been
Darryl
threatening all day.
Pilgrim. He is Jim McEwen.
Oh yeah, love that, and so does he.
Double 12, but Kevin Painter
on the match.
to seal
Kevin
the spot
Painter.
in style.
Game
And that
shot
is
on the
a
first
170
leg.
checkout.
Robert Thornton.
It's double 6.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a tidy
Lisa
shot
Ashton.
that is.
Game shot on the fifth
Masterful
leg.
from Mark Durbridge. Yeah, it is double toil and trouble here at the MODUS Super Series this week. A brand new specials week starting with double in, double out. A brutal format for some top players to try and battle it out for the prize come Saturday night. It breaks up the series here at the Super Series, and on Saturday night we did see a brand new winner. Laura Turner was here watching the action, and we'll start there before we get into this double start stuff. Scott Taylor, a worthy winner.
He really was. I mean, you couldn't kind of knock the work ethic that he put in. Obviously, came in winning after winning Series 12, so was here for that week. Backed up with the second week, but the consistency that he showed throughout the whole duration, you know, he was a very deserved winner.
Yeah, we're just seeing him cross the line here. Just a word as well on Tom Sykes in getting to the final, because it was some story in itself, wasn't it? Look, Taylor had his moment and we knew the quality of him, but Tom Sykes was something of an unknown to many people before.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's one of those players, we've seen him a couple of times here at the Super Series. He's got better and better. Obviously, he won his weekly title here back in week 10, but just came along, dominated Group A alongside Scott Taylor, but just found that extra bit of edge. Came through, had a couple of days off. He was in trouble as well on finals night. He found himself losing that opening game against John O'Shea and then just put in a mammoth average, really big performance just to make sure that he was, you know, secure, got a semi-final spot. But Scott Taylor in the end prevailed, was just that little bit too strong at the end.
Yeah, it was indeed Taylor who hit the winning double. Today you're going to have to hit the starting double as well, which is going to throw a total spanner in the works. We're going to talk you through how it all works for those who are unsure of double start. So a player needs to hit a double before they can start scoring. That first double hit is the first score in the match. The format is changed slightly as well to make it even more brutal. Laura, first to 3 legs rather than best of 5, 5-0-1. But the group format, the same as every week, that blueprint is followed. There's a lot of jeopardy and there's going to be a lot of nerves on that stage, isn't there?
Yeah, there's two major parts to this in terms of changes. Obviously, that initial double, that's so important. We've seen it obviously at the Grand Prix, which the PDC do as well. You know, you don't want to be the player that sat there on 5:01 still as your opponent checks out, but also first to 3. We've always said a race to 4 is quick. This could get away from a few players very, very quickly if they show any signs of trouble just starting the leg.
Yeah, well, the players that are in the week, Robert Thornton, for example, he's won the World Grand Prix before. Surely that gives him a little bit of an edge coming into this week.
You'd think so, absolutely. He just knows how brutal the format can be. They know what they need to do, but I imagine they've all been practicing. I watched them kind of warming up a little bit earlier and they were all kind of no focus on the treble 20s whatsoever. It was all very much, you know, going for their roots as well, because that's what the players will have. They will have in their mind before they step up there. You know, some players are going to go tops, some will 36, some 32. So you need to have those routes and then a backup route when the first plan doesn't quite go according to plan.
Well, let's show you the full field for Double Trouble this week. As mentioned, Robert Thornton, World Grand Prix champion. Kevin Painter has played in that tournament as well, as has Steve Brown and Mark Durbridge. A very famous comeback for him in one match. I'm sure that'll get referred to. But Neil Duff, WDF World Champion, maybe new to him, and Jim McEwen, a champion here at the Super Series. Interesting Group A. We'll get into the meat of that very soon. But I think having seen what we saw at the World Seniors this week, if you look at Group C and Lisa Ashton, and she was very good on her doubles in that tournament, and she could be a danger.
Yeah, I think, you know, you just look at that lineup, you could probably pick any one of them. You could make a reason for any one of them to actually come out dominant this week. But yeah, I was very impressed with what I saw from Lisa. She's had surgery. She's obviously come past that now, and you can just see how well she's playing. But yeah, the doubles was what saved her on many an occasion. So if she can find that right at the start and back it up at the end, yeah, she's going to be a handful for anyone. Right,
let's see what the bookies think in terms of this. It's going to be very difficult to pick just because of the format changing so much. Now, they've gone with Daryl Pilgrim, someone we haven't mentioned yet. We've never seen in this format, but he has been consistently good here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and I don't expect that to change. I think, these players, they'll come in prepared. They know what they've got to do. Obviously, everyone can have a little bit of double trouble, and that's what adds that kind of fun and almost like jeopardy to this kind of format. But yeah, I think, with Pilgrim on top, I can completely understand that with Jim just behind, having won Champions Week here himself before.
And Lisa was the outsider there, 80-1. Robert Thornton at 8-1. He's never won a week here. This could be the week, couldn't it, having been a World Grand Prix champion before?
It could be. Maybe this is the one that he's kind of coming in more confident, slight change of format. But we say that every time Robert comes here. He gets ever so close every time and just can't quite find the title win. But perhaps it is this week. Right,
if you are going to have a bet, please do gamble responsibly. It's begambleaware.org for more information. 18 plus, of course. And that applies to the MODUS Super Series Bet Builder as well. This is a look at what the punters have been punting on, and it's a treble that pays just around 9-1. Thornton to get the better of Painter on the handicap. And I think, that in a first to three race is quite tough. So I think there'll be a few punters feeling themselves out here. Duff to get the first break of throw against Steve Brown, and then the checkout for Jim McEwen in the first leg, 41 or more. It tells me that the people that are betting a bit this week are trying to be creative to find something to get some value.
Yeah, I would totally agree that they're kind of different to what we would normally see here, but it's a different format, so they're obviously feeling their way, as will the players be, and as will we be. Who knows what this could throw up? That could turn out to be a wonderful insightful bet, but yeah, I think that tells us that we're not quite sure what's going to happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get it on and see how it unfolds. The first match is Robert Thornton, winner of a double start tournament, of course. He takes on the artist, Kevin Painter.
What a finish from Kevin Painter. And where did it come from?
Game shot on the
beautiful.
second leg.
Great finish from the artist.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kevin Painter kicks off the action here.
Game
And he
shot on the
adds the
third
107
leg.
to it. And here we go then. It is indeed Kevin Painter, the artist, looking to defeat Robert Thornton in this opening match. It's going to be fun. There's going to be lots of drama, lots of missed doubles. I'm sure about that. Thornton, though, twice the World Seniors champion. He actually lost that crown yesterday. John Henderson taking it. Painter played in that tournament as well. Can he conquer Robert Thornton in what should be a format that suits the Thorn? Really looking forward to this. Myself, Chris Murphy and Laura Turner will guide you through 15 fixtures today. Remember, first to three, but it is double in, double out. It should be, Laura, a very, very decent watch.
Yeah, I agree. I was looking at the fixtures
First
and thought
leg is Robert to throw first.
rather strong fixture to start off the day. But then I looked at the next one and the one after and thought, actually, I could say that about every single one.
No score.
And that is the start that nobody wants to hear. No score straight away. Both players opting for tops as their starting double, but Painter switching to try and mess it up. Could be a long day, Laura.
Yeah, maybe this is just, first game. I'm not going to say nerves. I don't think these two kind of go up there with that kind of disposition now. But yeah, and this is what double start can bring.
No score.
Oh, we gave it the big build-up. Come on, boys.
There you go. And a bit of an ironic fist pump there from Robert Thornton, who does get off after 9 darts.
I was talking to a few of the players who played in the World Seniors at the weekend. And they were talking about in the Circus Tavern, it's a smaller crowd than they used to. And they said that actually a lot of the time that the silence that sort of descended created more tension. Kevin Painter finally off the mark here. I wonder if that could play a part here as well. It can feel a little bit more lonely on that stage during the week while we haven't got an audience like we did have on Saturday night.
Yeah, quite possibly. It can kind of,
85.
as you say, heighten what's actually happening, and it's awful. The more you kind of miss and the more difficult it becomes.
97.
Yeah, so, well, both players are into the leg now, so kind of ignore the little number to the left of their name because it's not going to tell the full story.
180.
Marco Meyer, by the way, the referee for this week. He'll have his work cut out as well, making sure that he doesn't
122. Robert
forget
Uruguay,
himself that it's double
136.
start. That will happen at some point. Maybe not for Marco, but certainly for some of the players. Someone's going to walk up and throw
60.
a treble, aren't they?
Yeah, we see it at the Grand Prix, don't we, most years, that it's just, you hit that double, you're in the zone, you hit it to win a leg, turn up to the next one, and you're straight up to the oche.
130. Robert Uruguay, 76.
Well, it took a while to kick off.
60.
And he's not
Kevin
finished
Uruguay,
off.
32.
And Painter might be able to finish him off in this opening
Yeah, that's
leg
game
and
shorter
does.
than the first leg. Kevin Painter. Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $52.
Much better from Kevin Painter. Getting off with second dart here. Robert Thornton
120.
getting off with the first dart. They've settled down now.
Yeah, very much more what we were expecting from the pair, but as we say, first game on, 9:30 in the morning. Just takes them a little while to warm up. But
100.
I think they're kind of just hitting their stride at the moment.
Perfectly pitched by Painter. When he did play at the weekend in the seniors, we did see him
83.
switch between two sets of darts, Kevin Painter. I think actually prematurely in the game that he ended up losing. The artist was in a good position. And then
140.
I think he kind of switched his darts too early. I think he assessed the situation as worse than it really was. He was playing quite well and was very much in the
100.
match.
Robert Uruguay, 141.
I think with a player like Kevin Painter especially, he's kind of his own worst critic.
57.
He's very harsh on his own performances. And he's also one of those players that I think if he felt like he was playing badly, even if he wasn't,
100.
he'd want to try and
Robert
address it.
Uruguay, 84.
And double 12.
60.
Yeah, more missed opportunities there
Kevin
for
Uruguay,
Robert Thornton.
121.
Yeah, it gives Painter a chance to nick the leg on the ball.
96. Robert Uruguay, 24. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Thornton levels
Robert
up
Thornton.
in this race to 3 legs, remember.
Third leg is Robert to throw first. Game on. $120.
Interesting, both players are opting for tops at the start. We have seen Kevin Painter switch to
No score.
double 16 when he's missed underneath double top. But I do always think, you know, when I see players in double start, to start on double 16, for me, seems a little bit silly. You're
140.
giving your opponent an extra chance, aren't you? If you throw first and hit double 16 and then 2 trebles, and they throw first and
105.
hit double top and 2 trebles, and they can actually finish a leg before you without you being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, and it's a strange one because
71.
it depends on the type of player as well, because I know that they want to hit the intended target. However, if you did drift into the double 7 or the double 8, at least you're off the mark. And sometimes players will opt for something where you can kind of,
112.
players are more likely to drift up and down as
170.
opposed to left to right.
Yeah, like a double 14, for example, we've seen some players start on.
96.
Thornton in a good spot in leg 3.
49. Robert requires 74.
made a bit of a mess of this setup shot here for 74, so does tidy it up in the end.
He'll be back for his favourite double. In terms of checking out in this match, Robert Thornton has sort of struggled a bit towards the end of legs as well. 1 out of 7 so far.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Robert Thornton.
But finds tops to improve that to 2 out
Forward
of 9.
leg, it's given the throw first. Game on.
I was just looking at the scoreline there, and I think I've got to reprogram my brain to remind myself it's first to 3. It's not first to 4, as per our normal format.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll make that mistake at some point.
79.
I just showed in that opening leg. Kevin Painter took 10 darts to get off. Robert Thornton took 9.
40.
So I think there are a few other players in the practice room now, hoping not to suffer the same fate.
100. 100.
Painter putting himself in a good position here just to make it 2 apiece, level the match.
60.
And in these short formats, we tend to find that having the advantage of throwing first in a match is massive. But in this format in particular, you still have to make the most of it. You need to kick off quick.
138, Kevin, you require 86.
So, another single or a treble. Single it is for the bullseye.
61. Robert, you require 124.
And Thornton wants the bullseye for the match.
Kevin, you require 25.
25 for Painter to level the match. Ops for 9 to leave double 8.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward line.
A good shot there from Kevin Painter. 2 apiece. I'm finding these games they're going to be very hard to predict.
First. Game on.
Yeah, really are. Neil Duff, Steve Brown coming next. Then Jim McEwen against Mark Dudbridge. It's, as we mentioned at the
60.
top of the show, all the usual group format. So 6 players in Group A playing over 3 days. The winner through to finals night. And then second and third going to Group B.
No score.
The remaining players going to Group C.
$140.
It was in that. Yeah, that's in for Painter. Yeah, there was in that seniors championship a brilliant double finish from Kevin Painter in the first round. It was actually against Jim McEwen, who was going to play again today.
131.
Yeah, we did reference it last week. At the time, we said it was the finish of the tournament, and I think now the tournament's ended, I still think it was finish of the tournament.
Well, it turned the game around entirely, didn't it? Painter was out if he didn't take that out. Treble 20 tops. Thornton looking for the big finish to finish the match, but he is in a good position.
Yeah, 2 very expressive players on the oche. You tend to know what they're thinking most of the time.
100. Robert, you require 72.
Tops for the match.
52.
Yeah, narrowly missed there by Thornton. So Painter back for a 141.
Oh, we were talking about his 140. Could literally go 1 better. Well, he could actually finish this on 2 doubles. He could go tops and then bull. And that's what he was trying to do.
71.
Seems to have this strange ability to read Kevin Painter's mind, you know.
20.
Is that a good thing?
Well, I can tell you what he's thinking now.
As
Robert Thornton wins the opening match of this double trouble week, and we saw some of that at the start of the game. Painter trying to produce a party piece finish at the end, but it is Robert Thornton who gets the victory. The pair of them having a debrief as they depart the stage. There are the stats. Now, those averages are obviously going to be deflated by all the missed doubles at the start of the legs throughout this week's events. But the finishing was fine from Kevin Painter. If you can get that kind of doubling at the start of legs, then he could be a danger. But it's Robert Thornton who picks up the first points. And coming next, it's Neil Duff against Steve Brown. Welcome back to Double Trouble here at the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton has won the opening match of this double start, double finish week. A 3-2 win against Kevin Painter, where both players did struggle to get off the mark in the opening leg. Steve Brown and Neil Duff would have seen that in the practice room and will be hoping to get off a little bit quicker than the pair we've just witnessed. And these players, Laura, are not sort of synonymous with double start darts. Neil Duff in particular, the WDF World Champion. I'm sure they've played it in sort of different formats in pubs and things like that, but certainly don't have the experience in this game that the previous two players we saw do.
No, I agree. It is a different format. Obviously, it lends itself to having to have a different mindset when you approach the oche. There's such an uber focus on the doubling. And as I said before, no one wants to be left still on 501 as your opponent checks out a leg, but it does happen, and I have a sneaky suspicion it may well happen here this week at the Super Series.
First leg is Neil to throw first. Game on.
Steve Brown himself has played in the World Grand Prix.
No score.
He reached the last 16 in 2010.
No score.
Well, it's a little bit quicker, isn't it?
120.
Something we quite often say about this type of format, it's a little bit of a leveller. And already here, we're seeing a bit of a pattern
38.
with Steve Brown that if he throws that first one low on the tops, he will go to the complete opposite end of the board. Goes down for double 19.
60.
As a dart player, is this something that
137.
players enjoy playing in a different format, or just actually telling people, right, you know that really hard, but you've got to do it at the end of the leg. You've now got to do that at the start as well.
As someone who has
60.
played on a world stage and quite visibly struggled with hitting an actual double, yet this is quite a scary proposition.
76.
But in fairness, especially at, local leagues and things, it is quite nice when you do play with the format. It just adds a different element to something which is, relatively
100.
repetitive in terms of format.
Yeah, we have seen already today that it's not just about who hits the double
90.
first at the
Neil
beginning. We've
Udiquire,
seen
161.
occasions where players have got off very quickly and have managed to be caught up in a leg.
137. Steve Udiquire,
Good
160.
set-up shot that from Neil Duff.
'85. Neil Udiquire, 24.
So opening hole to throw. Not happy with the execution of that.
21. Steve Udiquire, 75.
Tops for a break.
55. Neil Udiquire, 3.
Well, this is double trouble enough, leaving 3. Gets a single.
No score.
Yeah, not sure how much he would have been able
Steve
to see
Udiquire, 20.
with his dart obscuring that double a little bit.
No score. Neil Udiquire, 3.
Yeah, whilst dropping into the wrong double would be a happy accident at the start of a leg. Not good there for Brown, as
No
Neil
score.
Duff does exactly the
Steve
same thing.
Udiquire, 20.
Oh, we called it double trouble because of the doubles at the start being
Yeah,
missed.
that's
They
game
struggled
shot
with the
in the
doubles
first
at the
leg.
end of that
Steve
leg.
Brown.
12 thrown between them before Brown finally managed to land
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
that double 10. And it is a break of throw in the opening leg. Short format, but it sort of means nothing, doesn't it? Who's got the throw in
No
this
score.
format?
Yeah, it doesn't. It only has any real consequence if you're able to get off from the very start, as Steve Brown does there.
120.
Neil Duff does there, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? Brown through first. Neil Duff's effectively taken the darts with one dart.
120. 100.
You seem to have brought a fair few players from the World Seniors with you, back with you, Murph. Steve Brown, the only one actually not to have featured, from Group A.
Yeah, I had my minibus.
55.
I can envision that actually.
Yeah, I mean, driving a minibus that said seniors on the back. And
125.
people wondering where I was taking them, not to a darts tournament anyway.
43. Steve Udiquire, 156. 100.
Oh, lovely that, to put the pressure on.
Steve Udiquire, 56.
But this for 2-0.
36. Neil Udiquire, 24.
Yeah, a bit more double trouble towards the tail end of the match for these players.
That's another problem, isn't it? That
Steve
dart was
Udiquire, 20.
almost too good, too close, and it made it harder. Brown looking for double 5, and he
That's game shot in the
doubles his
second
lead.
leg. Steve Brown. Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
And that goes back to what we were saying earlier. Steve Brown essentially kind of lost that advantage of throw as Neil Duff set off before he did. But
No score.
Neil Duff's had 10 darts at double in those first 2 legs. At the tail end of those legs, not able to
No
convert
score.
any of them. It does find that one. 4th dart of asking.
115. 107. 100.
Neil Duff himself would have been a little disappointed, I think, at the World Seniors. Just couldn't get going
41.
on Saturday.
He won his opener, didn't he? But Paul Hogan, you have to say, he's just one of those players that if you say
140.
there's an open qualifier for this event, he tends to be able to find a way through. He's a serial qualification. He's a qualification merchant.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
121. Neil, you require
One last chance
146.
qualifiers. If you combine the UK Open and World Championship 13 times.
138.
Well, Neil Duff in a very good position to get off the mark here.
40. Neil, you
Of course, has
require
hit doubles
8.
in this game, but hasn't any to win legs yet. That changes
That's
now.
game short in the third leg. Neil Duff.
And a rather sarcastic celebration. And I can
Fourth
understand
leg,
why.
it's Steve to throw first.
Four had
Game
10
on.
chances in the opening 2 legs, but still finds himself 2-1 down, and that's a solid start there from Steve Brown.
80. 80.
Thanks for joining us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
21.
channel. And please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Be the first to be alerted to some fantastic content that's been put out recently, and sure much more will be
81.
created this week just from the matches themselves. We should get a lot of fun. You can also go and relive Saturday night, Champions Night for Series 6, and a fantastic night it was.
59.
Yeah, never really have I recalled seeing, especially Champions Night, 2 groups that echoed or mirrored each other so completely.
120.
The 2 favourites in trouble right at the early start of their group campaigns, and managed to put in some mammoth performances to secure a spot through to the semis. And
61.
as we say, the rest is history. And that's another bounce up there for Steve Brown, just scratching his head slightly. He's clattering into the darts already in the board.
$140.
Duff has managed to turn this around, or has he? That's timely, that from Steve Brown.
180. Neil, you require 80.
Single to double combination.
40.
And
Steve, you
more
require 100.
doubling woes for Duff.
Looking for double. Oh,
Game
and he
shot
gets it for
and
the
a
match. Top
Steve
tops.
Brown.
To topple Neil Duff, Steve Brown gets a victory by 3 legs to 1. And that is a really good start. Steve Bomber Brown. That finish of 100. 2 tops to get the job done. A maximum in there for Steve Brown as well. Finished much better than Neil Duff, who really struggled at the end of legs. Just look at that, just 1 out of 12 on the outer ring towards the end of legs, which is why Brown has picked up the points in that one. So he gets a win, so does Robert Thornton. It's Jim McEwen against Mark Dubbridge coming up after this short break. On we go at the MODUS Super Series on this special week in between Series 6 and Series 7. Scott Taylor took the title for Series 6 on Saturday night. The man who won Series 5, Jim McEwen, on that stage right now. Chucky was the champion. That title has been surrendered, but he has got a chance to win a special series here. McEwen, the 56-year-old, looking to add another big glory to his CV here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up against him, Mark Durbridge, who had one of the most famous comeback legs ever in the World Grand Prix double start when he played Andy Jenkins and was unable to get off the mark in the deciding leg of the match, but he did somehow manage to win that game. It's one of the most remarkable comeback legs ever in this sport. And it'll be good memories for Mark Durbridge. Can he make some more on this double start week?
First leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Durbridge in that occasion clawed back a 285-point lead. That takes some doing.
Yeah, incredible. And he did reach the quarterfinals of that tournament twice, 2005 and 2007.
100.
Mark Durbridge. Most recently beaten by Terry Jenkins. That was straight after that brilliant
69.
turnaround against the other Jenkins. And his other quarter-final defeat was against some bloke called Phil Taylor.
Yeah, he didn't do too badly, did he?
100.
Interestingly, he did beat Kevin Painter in that tournament, so that's a fixture that we'll see again in this format.
Yeah, Durbridge had quite a good run himself in the
140.
seniors. Beat fellow commentator Glenn Durrant in the opening match, but that was a tightly run contest, and also had a really tight match, didn't he, against Richie Howson, crowd favourite.
Yeah, and the strength for Mark Durbridge,
58.
I think in that tournament, was his 180 hitting. He hit 11 180s in that win against Richie Howson.
$120.
Just poised on the edge of my seat there. I thought you were just calling that in before it actually happened there, Murph.
Yeah, believe in the law of attraction. Speak it into existence.
$97.
Durbridge here will score 140. Boo.
81. Jim, you require 146.
Well, Will McEwen score 146. That's the aim. It's not going to happen.
$96.
Yeah,
Mark,
good find with the last up there for
91.
McEwen, but early chance here for Durbridge to find a break. I just say the breaks don't feel quite as important when it's a double start, but it still feels pretty good.
39. Jim, you require
McEwen
50.
hoping to avoid that.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Jim McEwen.
And he does avoid that by landing tops for a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on. $100.
Should be able to use one of those two as a guide, and
40.
does. Solid start so far from both these players.
81.
I mentioned Durbridge at the seniors. Also saw Jim McEwen there, and probably would have felt quite like it was almost over the line against Kevin Painter. And as we mentioned during Painter's match, that epic 140 finish turned the game around, and Jim found himself exiting first round 3 sets to 2.
60.
Maybe a bit of revenge on Painter. But we'd have to wait to the very last match of the session to see those two face off.
Yeah, one to look forward to there. Painter in action next against Neil Duff, who I was just crunching some numbers actually, Laura. Neil Duff, 40%
87.
on his starting doubles in that previous match, but just 8% on his finishing doubles.
It's almost, probably almost feels like you've hit the double, you've got that relief once you hit the
45.
first double, and then you've got to do it all again. And that's kind of tail of the tape there for the stats on Neil Duff.
Do you feel like it is the kind of tournament that could suit Jim McEwen? He is a menace on double top, isn't he?
Yeah, and when he gets into his flow, he's a
60.
menace at scoring as well.
Well, that match against Painter, which you were just referring to, he didn't miss double top for a long, long time. He was averaging 108 for the bulk of that match. And when Painter found 2 in that target to turn it around,
58.
even then nobody really thought he would go on and win the match. But he managed somehow to deal with McEwen. And I tell you what, had McEwen won that, it could have been a very different story yesterday. Of course, reached the final of the World Seniors match
58.
play in York towards the end of
Mercury
last year.
157.
Couldn't find the treble 19.
97.
Cam
Jim
McEwen find a 1-2-2.
122.
Treble 18 will be the first target. Treble 18 will be the second target. Misses it, but he does get a go at the bullseye.
97. Mercury requires 60. Yeah, that's game short in the second
Dudbridge
round.
levels.
Mark Dudbridge.
Pretty handy on tops as well. We've got a lot of tops hitters in this group, haven't we?
Third leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Wonder if, I mean, probably just a dreamer, Laura, but I wonder if we will get a historic 9-dart finish this week.
Yeah. Go back all the way to
96.
Brandon Dolan, who hit the first one at double start of the PDC.
We do have a player in the field who's done one in double start in Robert Thornton. In fact, there have only ever been 3 9-dart finishes in double start, and 2 of them happened in the same match.
Yeah, Robert Thornton, James Wade.
Yeah, remarkable.
$140.
I guess the question is, would you go for the ultimate? You know, the perfect, if you can call it
59.
a perfect 9. Who has got it there to start off bullseye? Ball 60-57 times 3. Do you know the one player that wouldn't surprise me if they just went that route once or twice is someone like Connor Scutt after what we saw when he was on a 9.
57.
Yeah, true. I think that would be incredible. I didn't even think of that. I've heard of the, that conventional. It's not conventional, is it? But the perfect 9-darter starting on the treble 20. But you actually can do it in double start, can't you? But you've got to start on the bullseye. Yeah, I do believe Mentor Suljevic did the 9-darter in a similar fashion. 3 bullseye finishes. It wasn't the straight 167. I think there were a couple of variations. Didn't have a 180 in it, but Jim McEwen's hit one in this match.
$82. Jim, you required 28.
And just as we were talking about Mensur Suljevic,
That's game short in
Jim
the
McEwen
third
goes
leg.
out
Jim
on his
McEwen.
double 14.
Forward leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
And I will say, obviously, because of the double start element in this format, we do tend to get averages that are lower than what we'd expect on a straight start
40.
501. But Jim McEwen at the moment is averaging just over 92. You can normally add around about 10% on top of that, or 10 points on top of that, to get a reflection of what it would be if it was a straight start. And this is good
79.
stuff early on from Jim McEwen.
$137. 100. 58.
Just a drop dart from Jim McEwen. Just try and resettle himself. It's a good marker he's got there. Unable to make the most of it. I always say it when Jim McEwen plays, but I do really like his darts. They just look so pristine. That gold and royal blue.
58.
Look at those. Absolute beauties. You just feel good, wouldn't you, having those darts?
Very nice.
140.
Very nice indeed. And he uses them to good effect as well. There you can see Mark Doubridge's much more kind of simpler in terms of design.
80.
Yeah, ironically less flashy.
Jim, you require 140.
140 then for McEwen, who's playing really well actually. Double start form, averaging 92. Another.
100. Mark, you require 128.
Let's deliver the match. And the way Jim McEwen's been hitting tops, you feel it has to go and he can't find the treble.
39. Jim, you require 40.
Favourite double to get the job done.
Game
and
shot,
McEwen does
match.
do exactly
Jim
that.
McEwen.
Chucky checks out and defeats Dubbridge with a really good performance. Dubbridge only had one dart at double at the end of legs in that game. McEwen, excellent, 60% on the outer ring at the end, was pretty good getting in as well. And in a double start format, a 92.77 average is more than respectable. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's a flying start from Jim McEwen. Up next, it's a couple of players who are still to get off the mark, losing their first match today. Kevin Painter will take on Neil Duff.
Yeah, and here we have Neil Duff, and he's taken on Kevin Painter. Both players, they lost their opening matches. Painter 3-2 to Thornton, and Duff 3-1 to Steve Brown. It wasn't really getting off the mark for Neil Duff that proved to be the problem, but 1 from 12 in his match. That's not enough to beat the players of this calibre in this field. Needs to improve at the business end of the legs.
Yeah, we mentioned it in the previous match. 40% getting in, but only 8% going out, Neil Duff, and that is not good enough. Kevin Painter himself took a while getting in legs against Robert Thornton. He was 5 from 23 at the start of legs in the
First
opening match
leg,
of
it's
the day.
Kevin to throw first.
And then the opposite, 50% going out. There's Marco Meyer keeping a beady eye on proceedings. Painter's now changed tact because he was starting on tops in that match against Thornton. He elects for double
No score.
16. And he's the kind of player, isn't he, who
No score.
changes things. We spoke about him changing his darts, but I sometimes think you can just end up getting all muddled up.
32.
Especially in a format like this. I said it when we were chatting earlier, I think you have to have that game plan set in mind. It's a bit like when players have finishes left to go for, ones that have got options,
40.
like 72, for example. You just need to have it set which direction you're going to take. I know some players can be a bit fluid and kind of live in the moment, but how often do you see it when you're caught between
57.
a rock and a hard place? You tend to find the number in between. Have a plan. Obviously, even the best laid plans can't always be that well executed, but
30.
I still think have a plan in this format.
100.
Yeah, most players I think will do that. Kevin Painter is probably about the
91.
only one I think we might see switching. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day if he's going for a different double altogether and throwing with different darts.
Yeah, I imagine some of
27.
the players may bring in double 18 into play. That's sometimes quite a popular position to start from.
Yeah, well, the switch that he's doing at the moment, it's either tops to 16s or 16s to tops. It's
140.
a long journey, isn't it?
Not quite as long as Steve Brown and what we were seeing from him, because he was going tops to 19s.
Well, that is top stuff from Kevin Painter, a 180 for the artist.
83. Giving you
You
require
quite often like
105.
an in-house type tournament. Murph, have you ever tried the old double starts, your Premier in League?
I've never had the time, to be honest. Here we go, tops.
65.
That's become his
New
thing
you
now.
require 117.
Kevin Painter, hasn't it? Double. That's. I wonder if he read the brief wrong. We call it double trouble,
57.
Kevin, not double.
Giving you require 40.
Double 10 after the Painter customary snarl.
Yeah, that's game
Well,
short
he
in the
does
first
get there
leg.
in the end.
Kevin Painter.
Yeah, Kev liked that last one.
Second
Just
leg
left
is
his
Neil
hand
throw
lingering out
first.
in front just for
Game
that
on.
split second longer than he probably had to.
160.
He's such a great competitor, isn't he, Kevin Painter? Neil Duff, though, gives us a chance. Oh, he's taken our advice. Listen,
41.
he's done the 18 switch now. Are these walls definitely
85.
soundproof, Laura?
Yeah, I've been led to believe they are. I hope they are anyway. Yeah, we did think there would be
58.
another swap from Kev, but in fairness, I thought it may come slightly later in the day, but there you go.
It does make sense. Michael Van Gerwen himself does that at the Grand Prix, doesn't he? If he misses tops low and blocks it, he'll
60.
move across to the 18s. It just seems less taxing.
$58.
Yeah, in this leg, though, Painter finds himself quite far adrift from Duff. And that's what this format really can do.
$100. Neil Unicorn, 96.
Yeah, he is, but still throwing with good authority.
$56.
Yeah, Duff didn't get a chance to win that opening leg. This could be an opportunity here now
80.
for Duff to right a few of those
40.
wrongs that happened in that match against Brown. Would like to see this off quickly.
Yeah, that's
and he
game
does.
short in a second leg. Neil Duff.
All square then.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw
Between
first.
two players who
Game on.
lost their opening matches.
$52.
So now decides to go back to double 16 after missing tops.
He's just likes to keep the guys in the back room, the spotters, on their toes. That's all it is.
80.
I have to say, a very good job has been done so far. I do know a story. I'm not going to name the player because he might end up
129.
getting a letter from the DRA. But some spotters will go around and ask the players what double they intend to start on, and a certain player
23.
at the World Grand Prix informed said spotter that they'll be going for double 14. That's the target. The camera zoomed straight in on double 14. The dart went towards tops.
140.
A little bit of a prank.
Yeah, and actually there's
100.
probably a list of quite a few that I could imagine doing that to someone.
It's the fact they picked an unusual double as well. They were like, "Are you sure?" Yep, definitely. Been practicing it for the last 2 weeks.
Obviously rather convincing backstory going
140.
on.
Kevin Unicorn, 80.
Well, we got the snarl, but we didn't get that second 20. Head in hand
40.
moment for
Neil
Kev Painter.
Unicorn, 150.
I sometimes think as well, just look at the situation in the match. Duff's on 158. It's not a disaster, but don't turn it into one
98.
mentally.
Kevin Unicorn, 40.
You can return and just put it right by landing tops here.
Yeah, that's game short in
And
the
he does
third leg.
exactly that.
Kevin Painter.
So Painter now one away from a first win of the day.
Fourth leg is Neil to throw
Yeah, what you were saying
first.
there about
Game
Kevin.
on.
He is one of those players that can kind of get embroiled in his own type of battles, kind of fighting those demons within, because he does visibly
77.
get frustrated in certain situations, in certain scenarios.
Just seems to be playing on how he's feeling at the moment,
72.
where he's starting.
$140. $140.
140 there. Keeps him in touching distance of Duff.
58. $95.
Yeah, despite Kevin having that slight lead, you would expect Duff to get down to a finish first,
47.
but you'd expect him to.
Yeah, and he would have expected himself to.
$80.
Well, both players just struggling a little bit in the last few visits.
27. Kevin Unicorn, 114.
This for the match.
Kev visibly did not
98.
like that
Neil, you
attempt for
require
54. And
152.
big ask here for Duff, and can't find a treble for the 152. So Painter back, match-winning opportunities.
81. Kevin, you require 16.
Double 8. Double 4.
12. Neil, you require 71.
You can't help but enjoy watching him, but you're enjoying him not enjoying something. You won't enjoy this if Neil Duff hits double 10, which he does.
That's game
for
short of the
2-2.
forward leg. Neil Duff.
Yeah, it does feel slightly voyeurist, doesn't it, that we're just kind of outside staring in, but
Fifth and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It's the way he sort of looks at the dart like a naughty kid.
No score.
Now he's tried 3 different doubles in the same leg, and neither have worked for him. Or none of them have worked for him, and Neil Duff.
100.
So he did go underneath, and I think it's not necessarily that if you go underneath you've blocked it. Duff just stayed there, and it worked out. Painter does well to get in straight after.
64.
But this match was his to be won, and now Duff is the favourite to win it.
Painter with 3 very clear match-winning opportunities.
96.
Couldn't convert either one of them. And as you say, Neil Duff just came in, swept up with that 71. His best finish of the match.
99. $128.
Duff closing in. Not on a finish yet, but Painter needs to fill this up to get there. He won't. Good attempt.
100.
Good start, but Duff now has 6 darts from 177.
Well, we did say Duff had to improve his actual checkout percentage at the end of matches. Really has done 2 from 4, 50% so far in the match.
Yeah, but that could have been better. 94, certainly no easy out.
98. Neil, you
Painter
require
has left
94.
that 140.
Could he do it again?
54.
I wouldn't
Kevin,
put it
you
past
require
him.
140.
I think he'd go that route. If he does get the first start in the treble 20, it'll be tops tops.
100.
Well, he's a
Neil, you require 40.
interesting watch. Can't take your eyes off Kevin Painter. And he is going to get
20.
more match darts.
Kevin, you require 40.
Yeah, Painter not being rushed.
$20.
Yeah, and the doubling woes. Now, Kevin Painter 2 from
Neil,
12,
you require
16%.
20.
More match-winning opportunities now for Neil Duff.
That was almost in the double 15. It would have bust. And that's nowhere near. Double 5. And Kevin
Game shot.
Painter's
And
face
match,
will be a
Neil
picture
Duff.
because Neil Duff has thrown 2 really bad darts at double. Let's be honest about that. But then he does somehow manage to find double 5 to get over the line, defeating the artist 3-2. Yeah, still needs a bit of practice, a bit of sharpening up, Neil Duff. But he has done enough to beat Kevin Painter, who missed half a dozen darts for that match. Duff picks up some points. Mark Dubbridge in action next. He takes on Robert Thornton.
Yeah, here we are. Game number 5 in our special week double trouble. Mark Dubbridge facing off against Robert Thornton. Thornton won his opener. Played very well, 82 average. But Dubbridge found himself up against a very strong Jim McEwen in his opening match. Lost 3-1. Jim McEwen posted a 92. Dubbridge just around the 78 mark. But the averages, they tell some of the story, but with a double start, they can really skew an average. So we're not too worried about them unless they're big, which Jim McEwen's very much was.
Yeah, great performance from McEwen in that victory against Dubbridge.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
So far, Thornton 3, Painter 2. Duff losing to Steve Brown 3-1, but then beating Painter 3-2. And Dubbridge went down, as Laura just mentioned, 3-1 to Jim McEwen. But he's making a very good start here.
103.
Robert Thornton in that first match took him 9 darts to get off in his first leg, but then he only missed the starting double once more in the entire match.
36.
Yeah, I kind of questioned it when you mentioned it because I know he had 8 missed in the first. And I thought, but very good after that, Robert Thornton.
In 3 of the 5 legs, he was off with
140.
dart number 1, and that is the kind of thing he was doing when he won that Grand Prix in 2015. One of the great Grand Prix wins when he beat
60.
Michael van Gerwen in the final. At that time, a seemingly unbeatable Michael van Gerwen.
It's never an easy
41.
task beating a player like MVG, but when you did it when he was going through that kind of purple patch.
Well, impressively for Robert Thornton, he also
100.
beat Phil Taylor to win his UK Open title, didn't he, 3 years prior? Taylor was number 1 at that time. MVG was number 1 when he beat him in the Grand Prix. It is the first time in 2 years that we haven't been able to call him the World Seniors Champion, though. That title did stay in Scotland with John Henderson.
162. Mark, you require 77.
Double top for Dubbridge.
57.
Well, Thornton's fantastic filling of that treble 18 has got him down to a finish. And he could take it out. Oh. And you can see the anger from Thornton.
87. Mark, you require 20.
We definitely have a few players that wear their emotions and their heart on their sleeve. You don't get left wondering what they're thinking.
Bobby George was the pundit of the World Seniors at the weekend.
Game short in the first leg.
And
Mark
he delivered a great line, said that when Robert Thornton wins a leg, he still looks
Second
annoyed.
leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
He is that kind of glass half empty type looking chap, but I can assure you, winning those legs, he will be pleased.
81.
But you mentioned there about Hendo winning it. I don't think anyone would have begrudged a win for John Henderson there on the seniors.
Yeah, just a poor performance
60.
from Robert Thornton. And when he played his first match, I think everyone stood up and thought, oh, he's back. He's going to do it again because he was excellent in his opening game, Robert Thornton. And he's excellent in that visit, having lost the first leg of this one.
$140.
But I think you'd probably admit as well, as the seniors tour is developing, it's already growing in strength and
81.
depth, becoming ever so much more difficult for the top players because you're seeing players come off of the Pro Tour and jumping over to the seniors. John Henderson being a perfect example.
100.
Yep. Thornton was due to play Henderson, but he was beaten in the second round by Andy Hamilton after a very good performance against Martin Turner
83.
in round 1. Here, though, he's made good progress in leg 2, having lost leg 1.
64.
76 required.
76.
Well, that's a good recovery, double 10.
66. Mark, you require 137.
audible noise there from Thornton, not happy, and needs another one of those. Dubbridge for a 137.
117.
A few attempts like that.
10. Yeah, that's game
Thornton
short in
finds
the
double
second.
five to
Robertson.
level up.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on. No score.
Chasing around the board. Do you think there's an argument, Laura, for just going next
40.
door, wherever you are? Just a little bit easier, isn't it? Just a small adjustment. Doesn't really matter what you score, does it?
No, I do agree. As I was saying before, I quite like it when they kind of go for the 18s or the 16s
No
because
score.
if your level's not quite right, you can drop into the target next door. You tend to find that happens less with tops.
123.
Yeah, Thornton able to navigate a block dart. Just so determined on tops. I suppose it takes away that little conundrum, doesn't it, for Robert Thornton? He knows he's going for tops, even if he blocks it.
80.
But it could be a bit of a stubborn trait that could cause, be a bit costly as these matches progress. So far, so good though for Thornton.
58. 57.
Only Dubbridge and Painter without victories so far.
140.
Painter losing 2 from 2. Dubbridge playing his second match now. Steve Brown and Jim McEwen both won their first, and they'll be in action next.
45. Robert, you require 140.
I wonder in the preparation that these players have had for this. I know they've been obviously at the World Seniors
82.
most recently, but I can imagine there's been a lot more practicing on those on the outer ring, a lot more than normal.
Nicely done by Mark Dubbridge.
58.
Robert Thornton though gets 2 at tops, his favourite double.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Robert
Just
Thornton.
renders that maximum totally irrelevant.
Fourth leg is Robert to throw first.
When Robert
Game
Thornton
on.
gets that bit between his teeth, he just looks unstoppable as he finds the target. First out of asking once again.
80.
Yeah, so good at getting in. We will crunch the numbers at the end of each day and make sure that you're all well informed about those starting doubles.
60.
Also, if you are following us on social media, then do get
140.
involved and tell us what other special week formats you would like to see.
Anything you would like to see, Murph?
Well, I know what you're going to say, Laura. Yeah, there are some interesting ones. I just think some of them maybe could get too complicated.
81.
Paul Nicholson's got players jumping off the balcony and coming down on a zip line and all that kind of thing, hasn't he? But
We did have like a springboard and a trapdoor and all sorts of ideas happening. If you miss a double, you go
140.
straight through a trapdoor.
140.
yeah, I know a lot of people have spoken about pairs formats and stuff like that. I just don't know if it would quite work.
93. Robert, you require 60.
Tell you what does work for Robert Thornton, double top. And he finds it
shot
to win the
and the
match.
match, Robert
3-1
Thornton.
against Mark Dubbridge. So, king of double start in this week, Robert Thornton, former World Grand Prix champion, is staking his claim to be the double trouble champion. 2 wins from 2 for the Thorn, and he's really doing well at getting in at the start of legs. Again, a very, very impressive performance. An average of 92.76. If that was just a straight start form, what you're looking at around the 100 average mark. So really, really good stuff for the Thorn, who sees off Durbridge 3-1. Coming next, Steve Brown takes on Jim McEwen. Well, the action continues on this special Super Series week here at the Live Lounge. And it is Jim McEwen against Steve Brown in the sixth match of Double Trouble. And McEwen was absolutely excellent when he played his opening game against Mark Durbridge. Similar to Robert Thornton in the previous match, he averaged 92.77. And even though Brown won against Neil Duff, there's a gulf between the way both perform. So, based on what we've seen so far, you'd expect McEwen to win this one quite comfortably.
Yeah, but we know darts.
First
Everything
leg,
that we
it's
think
Steve
is going to happen,
first.
quite often the
Game on.
opposite does. It's a good last start there from Steve Brown, because what I was going to say, I think one of the things you will have to do against the likes of Jim and against the likes of Robert Thornton is just get off the mark quickly.
36. $58. 85.
Yeah, we do indeed know that things don't always go the way you would expect. And Brown's a fierce competitor
100.
himself. Yeah, maybe not as expressive as the likes of Painter and Thornton, but once he's on that stage, he does turn into a real fighter.
100.
Brown made 6 appearances at the PDC World Championships and those 2 appearances at the Grand Prix as well. Got as far as the second round in
39.
both those tournaments. But I think in this stage of Steve Brown's career, it's very much more focused on the development with the JDC, and obviously he was quite instrumental in the ADC, and we've seen a lot of good players come through that ADC system already. Tom Sykes,
55.
one that jumps to mind, but even the likes of, say, Ron Moulenkamp, who we're more than well aware of, he was a competitor that came through the ADC Europe channel.
55. $140.
Yeah, not quite the max that McEwen was looking for. Bit of a raise the eyebrow, but good position from here.
59. Jim, you require 85.
But interesting with Steve Brown on a finish that Jim
45.
McEwen elected not
Steve,
to
you
go
require
20 ball.
150.
We've seen in the past that can be costly, but it is a big ask and too much there for Steve Brown. So in the end, the play was the right one for McEwen if he can convert this tops.
92. Jim, you require 40. $30. Steve, you require 58.
In the end, Brown does get a simple chance on tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the
And
first.
he takes his chance.
Steve Brown.
And we started this match by saying if the pair play like they did
Second
in the
leg
previous
is
match,
Jim to
then
throw first. Game on.
McEwen would be the winner, but he's not playing like he did in the previous match.
As we were saying, we do try our best to predict what is going to happen up there on the Oki, but
No score.
these guys, all human, and that's what makes it so interesting as Steve Brown finds it on first start of asking and takes the advantage away from
79.
McEwen.
Here's a question. I can't recall one, but has anyone ever in double start, so say missed the first 3 and then hit what would have been a 9-darter afterwards?
134.
It's a very good question.
I can't recall one. Maybe somebody in the social sphere will remind me. I mean, it doesn't have to be the first 3. They can miss the first 9 and then gone 160,
60.
180, 161. So has anyone had that 9 perfect darts, but it not being a 9-darter?
180.
Well, they are 3 perfect darts for Steve Brown. You were saying how much you admire the darts of Jim McEwen. Do you know what? They almost kind of remind me, I mean, this is going to be a bit
Steve
out there, I
Villiqua,
guess, but
108.
if Egyptians threw darts back in the day, they are very remiss of some kind of Egyptian-like relic.
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
$180. Steve, you
They
require
all
60.
find their way into the treble 20.
That's
Doesn't
game short in the
fluster
second
Steve
leg.
Brown, though.
Steve Brown.
No player has won yet, 3-0 yet, but Steve Brown is throwing for
Third
that
leg,
honour.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Brown got off first start in that last leg. Gets off second time of asking. That is quite
100.
often good enough, because now all the pressure is on McEwen just to find that opening double. He tried to lift it over. Possibly would have been advised to switch early on.
No
And
score.
his left languishing there on 501.
100.
Well, McEwen is just allowing Steve Brown here to stroll to the finish line.
96.
That just gives him a little bit of hope.
$100.
I should say Brown just edging ever so closely to that finish line. McEwen, you feel we'll need another one of those.
100.
Yeah, Brown's really upped his game since that first match. He did beat Neil Duff 3-1, but it was a scrappy affair. This has been much more polished by Steve.
57.
In this format, you will see score lines that you wouldn't normally see in regular match play. As McEwen finds himself really cut adrift, but that's a strong visit.
Steve, you require 144. 44.
Steve Brown took out 100 checkout to win his opening match over Duff. Did the 20 double route. We're looking for something similar because McEwen is on a double.
Well, doesn't need the double route. He just needs double 10.
90.
Fails to find it.
Jim, you require 28.
This game is not over yet.
Double 7 can be awkward. Just needs a little lift over the top.
Yeah, that's game short and a
that's a good dart there from Jim McEwen.
Forward lag is
one of those doubles, isn't it? That not many
on.
players that I know say, yeah, I love double 7.
Yeah, awkward, but McEwen pulled it off, and now he's managed to find top straight away. How quickly things can turn, particularly in this format. If Brown can't get off now, then in all sorts of trouble.
No score.
And he doesn't get off.
McEwen did very well in that last leg as well. He was 200 points behind before he hit that 36.
$135. 38.
Kind of the opposite of the leg before. It's now Jim McEwen that really does have the advantage.
58.
I just think it's one of those formats that anything can happen until that very last dart goes in.
95.
Yeah, McEwen looking likely to level. He's now upped his game.
$134.
Really solid player. You don't win an entire series without being...
Jim, you require 62.
Choices here. Yeah, double 4. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's game short and the forward.
An absolutely exceptional leg from Jim McEwen. 14 darter. And this game suddenly is in the balance.
Fifth
Brown
and final leg. It's Steve to throw first.
had his chance. He still has. He has the darts in the decider, but of course you have to hit that double, which he does.
58.
I still find that quite an odd switch in terms of, I mean, he used it very effectively, but to go right at the top of the board, right down to the bottom as McEwen pins his double first time of asking.
Yeah, you're only gaining 2 points, aren't you, as opposed to the double 18.
80.
But that's his plan.
81. 100.
McEwen very methodical in his action.
43.
Yeah, can be a difficult player to play against for many reasons, but the main one is his ability, isn't it?
100%. Say he's not slow by any means, but I'd say he's just got that methodical approach.
100.
And there are players that just like to really get into that fast pace, that fast rhythm. McEwen won't be rushed.
100.
It's the same every time he approaches, every time he releases.
$28.
He's just opened the door here for Steve Brown.
$48.
Who can't walk through it.
Bit of a let off there for McEwen, and back in the treble 20. Steve might look at that and think that was a big opportunity gone by.
99.
Yeah, you could see him behind Jim McEwen there, just hitting himself in the head, basically.
131.
That's a really good setup, though, to pile the pressure on. Now, McEwen's got a choice to make here. Could have gone the bull route and played it safe, but he's attacked, he's gambled, and it's paid off. For 2 darts at his favourite double.
54.
Oh, he's missed.
Steve, you require 40.
Both attempts. Back comes Brown.
Game shot and a match.
And that
Steve
time
Brown.
Steve Brown does see off the challenge from Jim McEwen. He wins 3 sets to 2, and yeah, I think he was quite pleased with that result at the end, dancing around there on the oche. Really did up his game throughout that, Steve Brown. Did that with an average around 77, 3 from 7 on the outer ring, and Jim McEwen 83 average, but still wasn't enough to see the victory through. Well, coming up next after a short break, we have Kevin Painter, and he takes on Mark Dubbridge.
Hi there, welcome back to this special week here at the MODUS Super Series. It is double trouble, and we have seen plenty of that so far in this double in, double out format. The very first match of the day started with both players really struggling to get off the mark. Robert Thornton and Kevin Painter both missed bucket loads of darts in that first leg. Thornton got the job done though, 3-2 against the artist. Steve Brown then got a 3-1 win against Neil Duff in game 2, and Jim McEwen produced a brilliant performance against Mark Dubbridge, 3-1. Duff, Thornton and Brown with wins since then, and Steve Brown, well, he's produced some really decent finishing so far. The bomber taking out not just one but 2 double tops to get the better of Neil Duff in this one, and he has really had an impact today. Kevin Painter, we've seen the usual sort of animation from him as kind of, well, it's doubled, hasn't it, as it would do in this format, the antics from the artist. Robert Thornton and Steve Brown, the 2 players that have both won both of their games, but Painter and Dubbridge, who are about to do battle now, really do need to get going. So what will we see from this? And we'll find out. I'm going to head back to comms where Laura Turner is waiting.
Thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, things starting to tick along quite nicely now, especially if you're Steve Brown. As for these 2, Painter, he did lose his opening 2 matches, as did Mark Dubbridge. Dubbridge just the 2 legs, Painter going down 3-2 in both his matches. So one of these 2 players will come out with some points on the board, some much needed points, because what you don't want in a group like this is to be cut adrift. You don't want to be languishing at the bottom. I know we have 3 days play in Group A,
First
but
leg, it's Kevin the throw first.
we have seen it before. We saw it last week actually, where 2 players completely dominated Group A, and it was also almost sewn up for them after halfway through the second day of play. Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor absolutely dominant, but I get the feeling in this type of format, I don't think anyone's going to be too dominant.
Yeah, but somebody is going to be frustrated after this match, aren't they? 3 games, 3 defeats, that's a long way back already.
36.
Even in a format where you sort of expect it to be closer and everyone to beat everyone. Now, we made a few predictions early today, Laura. We said we'd see Kevin Painter going for different doubles and that he'd change his darts. Well, if you look closely, when he comes back, you'll see that we now have completed Kevin Painter bingo, because he has changed to those straight-barreled darts and got rid of the tapered end ones.
I think that would be quite a fun game to actually have, isn't it? A Kevin Painter bingo, as he finds his first 180.
Well, he'd like that to be on the card. And to be crossed off multiple times.
35. Kevin, you require 78.
Played a really good leg here, Kevin Painter. He was straight in on treble 16. And he could go out in a dozen darts.
58.
What else would you add to a Kevin Painter bingo card? It'd have to be a snarl.
Yeah, snarl, changes darts, changes double,
39.
steps back before throwing
20.
second dart, steps back before throwing third dart, hits double.
Shot in the first leg. Kevin Painter.
I think we've pretty much ticked off all of those, and we're only his 3rd game in.
Second leg, it's Mark the throw first. Game on.
I have got Smile in the bottom corner. Haven't seen that one yet.
No. Good shout. Well, if he can get a few points on the board, we might see a slight upper turn of the lips from Kevin Painter. But right now, he's definitely got his game face on.
Yeah, to be fair, if you beat him away from the hockey, he's a great guy, isn't he?
40.
Enjoy it. Actually, I think he did smile then, but it's an ironic smile, isn't it, with Kevin Painter? I think he'd be a nightmare to play.
83.
He can play at any pace, can't he, Painter? And that in itself can upset your rhythm. Doesn't do it for that reason, but because we said he will stop and start, and sometimes if he's playing well, he'll speed up because he feels comfortable. And if you're trying to keep your own rhythm, that can be tough.
I think it kind of shows that by the way that he's
48.
approaching the start of most of these legs. He is going for different doubles. He's very much a player that it's all about how he's feeling in that exact moment. And it goes to what you're saying. Speeding up,
100.
slowing down. Dubbridge searching out his first maximum.
140.
Can't find the last one, but in a decent position in this leg is Mark Dubbridge.
$70.
Well, Dubbridge at least 6 from here for 198.
98.
Yeah, that's a good last start there from Mark Dubbridge.
$77. Mark, you require 100.
Well, we're going tops. That was the plan, but
60.
tees up
Gavin, you
60. It's
require
1 for 1. Not
141.
given. Yeah, not going to go. So Dubbridge back for tops to level us up at 1 apiece.
45. Mark, you require 40. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Mark Dubbridge. Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's a long way away there, Kevin
No
Painter.
score.
He hasn't blocked the double, but he's so far away he's decided to switch.
We just saw Dubbridge hit that
No
target,
score.
but he himself can't start off the leg. So back over to Painter. Well, he won't mind that. Happy accident. As we say, it doesn't matter which
90.
double. You don't. There's no stipulation. It just has to be a double to start.
$120. $60.
That's some reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, real shake of the head, staring at the darts. Absolutely cannot understand why one of those did not hit the intended target of treble 20.
123. $81.
Of course, was back at the Circus Tavern at the weekend. Place where really had his most famous match, that sudden death leg. Had the chance to be world champion, didn't he, Kevin Painter?
40.
Yeah, do you think Kevin Painter's one of those players kind of obviously had a very long, very illustrious career, but perhaps just that unfinished business with that really big title under his belt?
45.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago now, by the way. Just demonstrates how long he has been top. Did, of course, win the Players'
58.
Championship finals, but I do get your point. It's
Yeah.
not that big. Paul Nicholson's won that. Isn't it?
No, obviously, yes, it is a big title, but no, of course. But yeah, no, that kind of that World Championship glory. I think a lot of people hold the world match play in high
Yeah.
reverence.
20.
For the Grand Prix,
Mark, you
maybe,
require
yeah. I think.
160.
I mean, I'm an advocate that actually there should be definition between the majors in darts, but we could have that conversation, couldn't we, over a longer period of time? I think there should be a kind of
81.
Grand Slam
Gavin, you
or
require 135.
triple or quadruple crown, just something to define the events.
Yeah, I agree. do agree. I think that question, when it hits social media, is almost on par with the what's harder to do, a 9-darter, a hole-in-one, a 147. They're the ones that I see gain the most traction.
Yeah, and the answer is that they're all
53.
equally hard because I've never managed any.
Mark, you require 79.
Double 11. Can he use that as a marker? Just
68.
inside.
Kevin, you require 82.
You'd imagine he'll start on the bull. And he's pinned it perfectly for double 16. Moving around a lot on the hockey, Kevin
66.
Painter. That's quite rare, isn't it? That a player will step across to stand in line
Mark,
with
you
a double the
require
Raymond.
11.
Most people just keep their starting position.
Painter for me comes across. He's just got that kind of energy.
Yeah, that's game
As
shot in the
Dubbridge
third line.
converts
Mark
double 4 there
Dubbridge.
to go 2-1 ahead. It's almost like he can't keep still. He's
Four
kind of,
targets marked to throw
at times
first.
it feels like he's
Game
boiling
on.
over. He needs to move to release a bit of that energy. You just see the disappointment there after that miss.
Laura, go down and give him a hug.
32.
You know what, I would. As you say, he's a great guy. I've been privileged to do a few exhibitions with him of late, and he's just
No score.
such a great guy, and he just lives every dart, doesn't he?
Yeah. And he loves the game, doesn't he? Obviously.
And
Everything about him, Kevin Painter, is gives you a sense of perfectionism in his personality. And that's why
80.
every miss is met with such disdain, really.
$180.
And now Kevin Painter finds himself in that precarious position.
55.
He's really cut adrift in this leg, and he's
155.
likely to be the only player languishing at the bottom of the table with the 0 points if Dubbridge can find a win in this leg.
99. $97. Mark, you
Well, for a
require
3-1 win.
56.
56 required, needs tops.
16.
No major disaster. There is time for Dubbridge. I feel this scenario will really frustrate Kevin Painter.
59. Mark, you require 40.
Target is tops once again. Goes inside, so double 10.
20.
Yeah, more missed match opportunities for Dubbridge.
$85. Mark, you require 20.
So double 10 to condemn Painter to a third straight defeat.
$10. Kevin, you require 125.
I imagine Painter can't believe he's even got this opportunity. And again, that ironic smile that we referred to. Can't do much with it. So once again,
79.
more chances for
Mark,
Dubbridge.
you require 10.
Well, he's
8.
making a mess of it, isn't he, here, Mark
Kevin, you
Dubbridge?
require 46.
And now Painter's happy. Or he will be if he can pop in tops.
6.
Fails to take advantage.
Mark, you require 2.
Now he's really chased the double all around the board, Mark Dubbridge. He's 2 from 16 on the outer ring, but
Game
this
shot
time he
and a
does
match.
find the
Mark
intended
Dubbridge.
target. Little skip on the hockey there for Flash, but he is the 3-1 winner over Kevin Painter. Does resign Kevin to the bottom of the table. Only player not to yet have got a win. The averages there not quite at the level that they would have wanted, but it's that trouble that they've had on the outer ring. Painter 1 from 6, Dubbridge 3 from 17, and most of them coming in that winning leg, but it's the result Dubbridge wanted in the end. It's 3-1 over Painter, and coming up next we've got Neil Duff, and he takes on Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is a special week. Double in, double out, double trouble. And the players have been suffering some of that so far. Robert Thornton and Steve Brown have both won both of their matches and will play off to see who can maintain an unbeaten record in the next game. Before this game, we saw two players play off for their first victory, and Mark Durbridge got it over Kevin Painter. In this one, it's about who can get a second win from 3 matches. And it's with a couple of players who do have a little bit of history in Neil Duff and Jim McEwen. Duff beat McEwen, of course, with an incredible comeback win en route to that Lakeside title in 2022.
First leg, it's Neil the throw first. Game on.
And that game was about doubles, really. Many games are. Most games are, I suppose, Laura. But if memory serves me right, Neil Duff
60.
was behind McEwen by 3 sets, and McEwen didn't miss double top until he missed it for the match. And then he kept missing it, and Duff turned it around and won the game.
Yeah, just those small changes in matches can just change the whole dynamic. Duff very much a confidence player, and that year that he won then lifted the Lakeside World Championship title.
41.
He was adamant. I know players often are, but he was like, this is my year, this is my trophy. He did go on to win it. But yeah, as you say, wasn't all plain sailing for Duff, man.
55. $45.
Already in this early stages of the match, it feels very much an advantage McEwen. And how much would it hurt if McEwen could take an early 2-0 lead for Duff to come back 3-2? It would be like deja vu.
They have met since
140.
then in the World Seniors. Seem to remember a meeting in
32.
a match play in York between this duo. And McEwen, of course, went on to
85.
reach the final. In
Jim
fact, that was a
Uruguay,
semi-final, so it was a
154.
big game again in a big TV tournament. McEwen did get his little bit of revenge on that occasion.
96. Neil Uruguay,
For me, Jim McEwen is just one of those players. No one wants to draw him on the circuit. He's solid as a rock when it comes to his darting ability.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Neil Duff.
But that was solid stuff there from Neil Duff.
Second
130
leg is
check out
Jim to
to
throw
deny
first. Game
McEwen
on.
a shot at that 58.
$60.
Well, like we saw from Painter in the match before, a bit of a happy accident there. Pulls it into double five, but
90.
really doesn't matter to these players as long as they're off the mark.
Yeah, Neil Duff with defeat to Steve Brown, but victory over Kevin Painter. Jim McEwen with victory over Mark Durbridge, but
140.
also losing out to Steve Brown.
$59.
Interesting match coming up
85.
next between Robert Thornton and Steve Brown. Both won their openers, both on 4 points. Both also have the same leg difference and the same legs won.
60.
So even at these early stages, rather inseparable, but sure, that will definitely change after the next match.
Yeah,
60.
huge game between Thornton and Brown. Someone will be unbeaten after 3.
60.
Thornton's
Uruguay,
played the best darts,
156.
hasn't he, you would say, over the first 2 matches. But Brown's been effective.
Best match of the day has actually been produced by, statistically anyway,
140.
by Jim McEwen, who had that 92.77 in his 3-1 win over Durbridge. But it separates him with Thornton by 0.01, who got 92.76 in his win. So I'm going to say it's about
90.
the same.
Jim Uruguay, 16.
2 Scotsmen setting the standard. McEwen looking to level this match up here. 8 still required. And still required. You could just see from that last camera angle there, just
Neil
one
Uruguay, 142.
quarter of his flight was maybe a distraction, giving the illusion that the bed was blocked. And Neil Duff here may pick his pocket, and how!
That's game short
Wow,
in the second leg.
what a check
Neil
out!
Duff.
142 after McEwen had just missed 3 darts at double.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Yeah, 2
Game.
consecutive finishes from Neil Duff. 130 to deny McEwen that opportunity at 58, and a 142 there to stop him
60.
coming back. Solid finishing, and it was the kind of element in that opening match against Brown that really did let him down, Neil Duff. He was 1 from 12. Since then, he's come back stronger, and at the moment,
No score.
2 from 2.
Yeah,
97.
super stuff from Duff. McEwen has his work cut out.
$120.
Just want to see 160 start, Laura. Just teasers at least.
I'm sure there'll be a few of them over the course of the week. Just looking at those
134.
Group B and Group C, the players coming into that kind of action, the likes of Darryl Pilgrim, Connor Scott, Lisa Ashton. Excited to see what she can do on a double start format.
100. $100. 81.
Well, can
Neil
Neil Duff
Uruguay,
add the 110 to the 142 and the 130 we've already seen? Needs tops.
70.
Yeah, and an audible cry there. I think Neil Duff knew that wasn't going in as he let it go.
$62. Neil, you require 40.
Tops. Tens. And is that awkward?
30.
Yeah, just trying to get it
Jim,
over the
you
top
require
and nowhere near the
138.
required target. So 138. Can Jim McEwen get himself out of a bit of trouble here?
$94. Neil, you require 10.
So, for the win. Yeah, you
No
can't do
score.
that with that dart on
Jim,
that
you
finish.
require 44.
Bit of an unexpected chance here for Jim McEwen. He goes 4 for tops. Now he's looking for tens.
24.
Yeah, double trouble
Neil,
at the
you
end of this leg for
require
both.
10.
Well, it's better doing it with the first dart because you can still rescue it. And he tries to do that on double two.
8.
Oh,
Jim, you
bit of
require
aggression
20.
there from Neil Duff.
Yeah, and I can understand why. After going 2 from 2 on the outer ring, he's now missed 9 for the match.
No
But
score.
again, hasn't really cost him. Jim McEwen in the wrong
Neil,
double.
you require 2. Game shot and a match.
Yeah,
Neil
and this
Duff.
time Neil Duff does seal the victory. It is our first 3-0 win of the session so far. Jim McEwen perhaps ruined those couple of chances he had towards the tail end of the match, but for Neil Duff, excellent start. Big finishes, a 130 and a 142. Bit of trouble towards the end, but got it done in eventually. Well, coming up next, to come back as we have some more exciting action for you.
Here we go then. The big match from the live lounge at the MODUS Super Series Double Trouble Special. But no trouble for the two on the stage right now. Both Robert Thornton and Steve Brown have got identical records with wins in their opening two matches. Both of them 4 points, maximum points. Both of them with a plus 3 leg difference as well. A 3-2 win for Thornton against Kevin Painter. A 3-2 win for Steve Brown against Jim McEwen. And then the Thorn beat Mark Durbridge 3-1. Brown beat Neil Duff by the same scoreline. So nothing to separate them, apart from the fact that you'd have to say Thornton has probably performed slightly better. And what did we say earlier? Go next
70.
door, and that's what he's done, Robert Thornton, on that occasion. I'm not sure it was his intention, but it worked out.
Yep, that's key to this
80.
format. Just make sure you get off to a quick start. And as you say, even if it goes in the double one, it's not the target, but it's better than not
40.
hitting anything.
$60. 85.
And you'll see that quite a few times with Robert Thornton throughout the week. He will chastise himself, tell himself off.
100.
Yeah, real characteristic of his approach to the game, isn't it? Again, demands excellence from himself, Robert Thornton.
84.
And anything less is self-scolded.
131. 36. Steve, you require
Brown off
130.
to a strong start here in this first leg. Just having a look at probably what Robert's on. And I think that's sensible play. He's just trying to set something up. Didn't have
90.
to go the ball route. And does leave himself on tops after 15.
Yeah, the Robert Thornton double maybe used against him here.
96. Steve, you require 40. Yeah, that's game shot in the first
So we
leg.
can talk about
Steve Brown.
averages and level of performance all day long, but what Steve Brown has done perfectly today is get the timing right.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I agree, and that's a perfect opener there once again for Brown.
75.
Yeah, we quite often say it, don't we, in darts? It sounds like a bit of a cliche now, all about timing, but never a truer word spoken.
120.
Yeah, any sort of leg that's been a bit of a battle seems to have gone the way of Steve Brown
58.
so far. Yeah, you have to punish your opponent's mistakes, and he's done that. When they miss, you hit.
134. 82. 140.
107 for Thornton when he comes back. And no
100.
real pressure
What
on
would
it.
you
Brown
require?
can't ever finish
107.
after 12. 10. Tops.
67.
Yeah, despite the reaction there from Thornton, real solid response to losing the opening leg.
I think that's the bit that if any sort of sports psychologist type sat down with the likes of Thornton or Painter, it would be about just having a bit more of a handle on the
42.
situation
What
in
would
the
you
match,
require?
because Robert
40.
Thornton's still in a very good position in this leg. He goes on
Yeah,
to
that's
win the
game shot
leg,
in the second leg.
but to react like that to a
Robertson.
missed double top when your opponent wasn't on a finish and it was at the end
Third
of the
leg is Robert to
combination
throw first.
just seems sort of
Game on.
unnecessary negativity.
I agree. But it's become such a part of his game, you know,
160.
Talk about teaching old dog new tricks, but Robert Thornton, he's been in that position before. He started
No
us off with that
score.
160 you were looking for, Murph.
Yeah, no negativity now. Let's be positive. Let's be positive. Robert!
82.
Now you deserve to scold yourself.
See, look, he didn't do it then, and you're doing it for him.
80.
I'm starting to get a bit optimistic there. Do you know what? I think we might see one this week.
130.
The amount of legs we're going to play of double start darts, I think it's very possible, and the quality that's in the field, of course.
140.
It's
What would
definitely
you
something you
require?
wouldn't
120.
right off. Quite a few 9-darters here already at the Super Series.
80.
Yeah, we are. And a lot of them have they came in a real bunch, didn't they? Short space of time.
41.
Sort of
What would you
second half of
require?
last year.
40. Yeah, that's game
Tops.
shot in the third leg.
Puts Thornton ahead.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
So
game on.
very good standard, isn't it? 20 points better off than Steve Brown in the averages. Who controls the averages now?
65.
There you see, I mean, in double start, that's massive, isn't it?
40.
Yeah, it's huge and helped very much by back-to-back 13 dart legs from Robert Thornton.
Yeah, anything above 90 is
60.
exceptional. And he's already produced an average around that mark.
100.
Yeah, you could say that Robert Thornton, I want to say he's enjoying this format. He never looks like he's enjoying himself, even not until he actually gets right to the end. But definitely settled into
60.
the format probably quicker than the rest of the field.
It'd be a nice one for him to win. He's gone to finals night 10 times, Robert Thornton hasn't managed
41.
to win. Should just remind him and all the viewers, by the way, that even though this week follows the same group format, it is a standalone week, so there's no qualification for a Champions Week through this special week.
Maybe you should do that, but put a caveat that if you come through a special week, you have to play the same way. So everyone else can do a straight
59.
start. You go to finals night having to do a double start.
It'd be just like Robert Thornton to win that, doing it that way, wouldn't it? Because he is the master
45.
of being an underdog.
Yeah, perhaps that's been the problem. He's come here at finals night and quite often been in and amongst the favourites.
100.
I don't think he'd appreciate it, but perhaps if he does make it through to finals night, once again, later on in the series, we should just write him off completely.
Yeah.
140. Robert, you require 161.
Well, you write him off here. This is the finish, of course, for that 9-darter that he had in Dublin.
78. Steve, you require
But
32.
if Brown's doubling is correct, then this match will be level.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth
There you
leg.
go, two
Steve
apiece. And it goes back to what you were saying earlier, Chris. It's just
Brown. Fifth
been
and
very well
final
timed
leg,
from
it's Robert
Steve
to
Brown.
throw first. Game on.
But Thornton off. First start of Arson again. Can he fill it up? Not quite this time.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, though. Brown not in straight away.
40.
And only in with dart 3. So Thornton holding all the aces at the moment.
100.
Interesting to hear some of you guys watching on the YouTube stream or tweeting us, Xing us,
60.
whatever it's called these days, with your ideas for formats. Master out as one that's come up a little, so that's where you can actually finish on a treble, isn't it?
60.
Yeah, and for a lot of these players, I mean, their board management now is outstanding. If you added that element, well, that could scramble a few minds, mine included.
I like the concept of level darts as well. Again, that just gives players a different thing,
100.
doesn't it? Say if you've got 101, your opponent's gone out in 3, you've got the option to go 51 bull and try and win that leg. Steve Brown may yet win this leg because a maximum, talk about timing,
140.
to leave himself on 82, and Thornton's not going to take out the 140.
Yeah, and he didn't like the lie of that dart. Did
28.
try and stay up
Steve, you require
for
82.
treble 20, but now for the match, 82.
He's got the 2. And now he wants 2 tops. 1 tops has gone. But that one's
43.
gone begging.
Robert, you require 112.
12. Tops for the match.
92.
Yeah, and you can see
Steve,
that
you
reaction
require
there, which is
39.
what we expect from Thornton.
Ayrshire anguish from the Scotsman. And Steve Brown looks to punish and make it a hat-trick of wins.
7.
Well, Thornton gets his little
Robert,
slice
you
of
require
luck. For once,
20.
Steve Brown hasn't capitalised. And
Big
Thornton
shot,
finishes.
and a match. Robert Thornton.
It's a hat-trick of wins for Robert Thornton. Brown had his opportunity. Good camaraderie between the players at the end there. But it is Thornton who pips Steve Brown at the post. A 3-2 success to make it 3 wins from 3. Defeating Steve Brown, who loses for the first time today. Robert Thornton, former World Grand Prix champion in this double start format, is the king of the hockey so far on this special week. 6 matches to come in this session. The first of them will be Mark Durbridge against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this double start week. Laura, it's been fun, hasn't it? Are the players sort of struggling to get in and at times struggling to get out, but Robert Thornton so far the dominant player?
Yeah, he's been pretty lethal on tops, as we come to expect from Robert Thornton anyway. But yeah, put under a bit of pressure in that last one against Steve Brown. A bit of untimely misses, but in the end, it's Robert Thornton top of the table.
Let's recap those results so far then. And Robert Thornton, yeah, as we've seen, with 3 victories. And look, it's been really, really good stuff from the Thorn. But Steve Brown, earlier than that, He was just really finding the right thing at the right time. Hasn't played at the same standard as Robert Thornton.
No, but as we were saying in comms, and as we say quite often, it's all about timing, and that's what Steve Brown had. Did have opportunities as well himself in that match against Robert Thornton, but for once it actually didn't go the way of Steve Brown. So yeah, it's been interesting. There's been twists, there's been turns. I think there's going to be plenty more to come as well. It's no big surprise. I think for me, perhaps one of the key ones is Kevin Painter, yet to get off the mark. And I think, knowing Kev, he'll be rather frustrated at being in that position.
Yeah, you can see those defeats there for Kevin Painter as well. He has really struggled, and we've seen the two players who are the most animated in Robert Thornton and Kevin Painter. One of them has something to smile about, but the other one hasn't had much to smile about.
No, but it's double start. I mean, it's a real leveller for the players. You have to make that strong start, and unfortunately, for Kev, it just hasn't quite gone his way. He's been unlucky again, just mistimed some of the, missing the actual starting doubles, and then had a bit of trouble on the outer ring as well. So yeah, you can just see his reaction. I mean, we love his reactions, don't we? He just tells us a story. He's a great guy on and off the hockey, but yeah, you could see the frustrations.
Yeah, Robert Thornton punishing Kevin Painter there, and that sort of match to summarise what's gone on so far today. Let's talk about another couple of players. Neil Duff, one of them. Been hit and miss from him, hasn't it? He's had some struggles at times, but then brilliance like that 1-4-2 finish earlier on.
That last match that he played kind of completely epitomised kind of his campaign so far. He saw off a 1:30 finish, a 1:42 finish, and then needed more than a dozen darts to actually get the job done in the end. He did get the job done, but he's not going to get many more chances especially against the likes of someone like Jim McEwen. He's not going to get those chances, all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, who apart from Robert Thornton has been the player that you think is sort of bubbling away, ready to make a move?
Yeah, although despite the last result, I think Jim McEwen, I think he's shown what he can do. He was just unfortunate in the last match. I mean, Mark Duckbridge seems pretty steady, as does Steve Brown, but yeah, I think all of them are still well within a shout. They're not playing, but subpar. It's timing. It's getting off that mark straight away, and then when you get to the double at the end, converting that as well. It's why we call it double trouble.
Yeah, early stages, but Robert Thornton on top of the table with 3 wins from 3. Kevin Painter, obviously bottom. It's a long way back, isn't it? Even though there is still another couple of days play. Yeah,
I just think for Kev, you just want to get that win under your belt. You want to get a couple of points. You want to keep yourself within touching distance. We saw it last week, how easy a group can be stretched, especially if a couple of players are going to be dominating. I don't see it happening so much with the calibre that we've got in Group A, but it can happen. So you just want to keep yourself just there or thereabouts.
Yeah, let's have a quick glance at that table, actually, with Thornton sitting pretty at the top of the table. And only one player goes through as the winner of this group. But as you were saying in comms, Laura, you do expect there to be a lot of movement and swapping places.
Yeah, absolutely. I do see movement in that. Obviously, we're early doors. Thornton is top at the moment. I see that probably changing 2 or 3 times over the course of Group A. However, when we get into kind of late Tuesday into Wednesday, it's then vying for position for Group B, which is why just picking up these wins early on are so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Duff and Dubbridge just completing their practice starts behind us. But on Saturday night, we had a fantastic night here, capacity crowd. So if you want to be here, you need to book your tickets quickly. Here's how.
Well, apologies about that. We'll just tell you how to get tickets, shall we, for Saturday nights here at the Super Series. Head to dartshop.tv and you can book yours for a very small booking fee. And look, it's worth it, isn't it, Laura? Anyone that came on Saturday night would have had a fantastic evening's action. And this Saturday in particular, I mean, it's going to be fraught with darting drama with this format. And that's going to bring another element to it. So players that might have got used to it all week, suddenly they've got an audience watching them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And come on, you can come down here, say for a couple of quid booking fee, And you get to see some of the real legends of the sport. We've got some fantastic players here, some big names. But as you say, Saturday, we had them up in the balcony, absolutely jam-packed down on the floor. And it just really adds to that kind of exciting element.
50.
Players just kind of get used to playing in this quiet arena. And then all of a sudden, you pack it full of 100 people. And it really changes the dynamic.
140.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, a real tough challenge for the players to get there. Some of them might have to go to dartshop.tv to book the tickets for finals
80.
night this week because it's such a stacked field of top arrows, aces. A reminder coming in later this week. Wilson, Scutt, Whitehead, Ashton, Osborne, Pilgrim. I mean, that could have been the best Group A ever itself.
I agree, and if the likes of Darryl Pilgrim or Connor Scutt do manage to make their way through, then I would definitely recommend getting your tickets in early because they're relatively local, just up the A3, and Darryl Pilgrim tends to bring a bit of a crowd with him.
83.
Well, Durbridge down to a finish first.
100. Mark, you require 113.
113 is that finish. And tops.
73. 58. Mark, you require 40.
10s for Durbridge for this opening leg.
30. Neil, you require 153.
Well, we just had a chat, didn't we, about that fabulous 142 from Neil Duff
Mark,
against
you
Jim
require
McEwen.
10.
153 threatened there.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
But
first
it
leg.
is Durbridge who gets the leg in the ledger.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
On his
Game
fifth attempt, and although it's a bit early doors to say alarm bells, when he got that win over Painter, he was 3 for 17
60.
on the outer ring. So just perhaps an area of the match where you really do want to tighten up. It's going to be hard enough to get these opportunities. You need to hit the double. You need to get down to the double. When you get there, you want to seal off these legs. And Durbridge on average needing about 5 darts per leg to actually see the job done.
140. 100.
Both players making decent progress in the second leg.
100.
They're both in those positions where if they, kick on towards the end of the day, they could
100.
well be challenging at the top of the table. I think there are only really one player in jeopardy at the moment of disappearing from contention for first place, and that's Kevin Painter. You would think to give himself any chance of that, he'd have to win his last 2 games.
I agree. That's going to have to be the plan for Painter, but
121.
no
Neil,
easy job for him as he's got Steve Brown and Jim McEwen still to come.
46. Mark, you require 60. Yeah, that's game short in the second
That's nice
leg.
from Mark Durbridge, looking very comfortable in this encounter. 2-0 up, 1 away from a
Third leg, it's
3-0
Mark to
win.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we just had the 1-3-0, and that was at the hand of Neil Duff, who's now staring at a 3-0 defeat himself. But Durbridge not able to get off, so real chance for Neil to step in, and he does find it. First start of asking.
120. 100. 103.
Yeah, a bit of a deflection there on that last start for Dubbridge.
$59. 60. 134.
Well, it's now or never, isn't it, in this
45.
short, sharp format?
He's perfectly poised in this leg, Neil Duff, but would like to find a treble just to put
60.
a bit more distance and can't. And Neil Duff, another one of those players that really does you know what he's thinking, what he's feeling, especially if he's not happy with the visit.
Dubbridge keeps coming from nowhere, doesn't he?
Neil, you require
Duff
128.
looks in control of this leg. Now he's got to hope that Mark Dubbridge doesn't mop up 113.
72. Mark, you require 113.
No, it's been the element of his game that hasn't been quite so accurate, but needs tops for a 3-0 win.
Game shots.
There it is. That's perfection towards the end there from Mark Dubbridge. 180 followed by a 113 to see him beat Neil Duff 3 legs to 0. Average there as well. 86.71 there for Mark Dubbridge. Neil Duff 85. They're good numbers, but Neil Duff just the one chance at a double. He was denied any more from a very strong Mark Dubbridge. And do join us, because coming up next we've got Steve Brown, and he takes on Kevin Painter, who's in desperate need of some points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for what is a big, big match here for one player in particular. That man is Kevin Painter, the artist, without a win so far. And the double start has spelt trouble for KP. Steve Brown's had a much better return, only defeated by the unbeaten Robert Thornton. So in his penultimate match, he's looking to return to winning ways and move to 6 points from a possible 8. Kevin Painter, though, desperate to get off the mark. Spark a charge.
First leg, it's Steve to throw
the
first.
table.
Game on.
Brown makes the best use of that early advantage.
117.
Having the throw here, it's only taken advantage of if you can make a good start. Painter now back down to the 16s and quite a way off.
No score.
Yeah, this start won't cheer him up an awful lot, will it? Brown in, Painter not.
83.
Now, we've seen this from Kev a few times already. Changes the MO. Now goes for tops. Does find
40.
it. But taking him 6 starts to get off the mark. And
100.
don't know if you noticed there, Chris, but I think, have we got another equipment change?
Yeah, so he's gone back to the tapered end darts. He was using the perfectly straight barrels in the last match. Actually, the same darts that Johnny Clayton
135.
throws. That Kevin Painter's using there. Steve Brown with a really conventional type of dart setup.
125.
Yeah, put to very good use there, Steve Brown.
$140. Steve, you require 76. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
Yeah,
Steve
14
Brown.
dart. Hold a throw for Steve Brown in that opener. Very strong start there from the bomber.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Is it just not Kevin Painter's day? He can't believe that he's hit first double.
105.
Not like the last dart, he's gesturing like it slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, again, you'll get that from Kev. That kind of
No score.
ironic kind of, did it actually go in? At points, I think Kev thinks like his
40.
darts are conspiring against him not to go exactly where he wants them to.
It's like they let him down, isn't it?
60.
I will say though, I'm quite admiring the shoes on Kevin Painter.
81.
He always has got he's quite a smart dresser anyway, but
Yeah.
rather dapper looking shoes today.
There's never a crease in the shirt, is there? The trousers are perfectly pressed and the shoes are
58.
primely polished. Look at those. Pristine.
45.
Yeah, C minus, see me.
Needs more improvement. Yeah.
140.
You quite often find actually now with dart players, we've got it emblazoned into our minds that you need black shoes, and you see quite a lot of very
100.
dark black trainer type shoes now kind of filtering through to most players.
Yeah, it's about comfort, isn't it, for a lot of players? I mean, particularly on days like this, you're playing
81. Kevin, you
5
require
matches across
130.
4 or 5 hours. You want to make sure you do feel comfortable.
120.
Kevin Painter there, just maybe a little bit lacking in focus, because Steve Brown wasn't on a finish when he went for that treble 20, treble 20, double 5
105.
combination.
Kevin, you require 10. Five.
And more anguish there on the outer ring for Kevin Painter.
Steve, you require 57.
So for 2-0, tops required for Steve Brown, and tops is taken.
Steve Brown. Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Some really good finishing here from Steve Brown. 2 from 2, 100% on the outer ring, and off to a strong start once again. And things that Kevin Painter probably doesn't want to see at the moment. Here gets that low dart, opts to switch. Probably will switch again and
no score.
Tries a new option for double 12.
$96.
A solid last dart there from Steve Brown.
No score.
Painter probably a little perplexed. You see him scratching his ear in the background. 6 darts in, hasn't been able to find the double, and Steve Brown whacks in a 180.
Steve, you require 145.
Well, this would be for the match, and what a way to win it.
Yeah, Painter hasn't been able to get into this game.
44.
Steve Brown, who said it's been about timing for him.
$55. Steve, you require.
But this has actually been a really good performance.
He's been solid throughout. Now needs double 12 for the match.
77.
Can't quite convert it, but Kev Painter's finding his way all the way back on 366. All he can do is look on.
134. Steve, you require 24.
So, double 12.
Game
and
shot
there it is.
And a match.
A breeze for Brown to pick off Painter, who remains bottom of the pile without a point to his name. Brown's a very happy man after that display. He defeats Painter in straight legs, 3-0. And it was a decent performance as well. 88.41 the average. 3 out of 5 to win legs on doubles. That's 60%. Timely 180 in there as well. And he leaves Painter in a perilous position with no points from 4. And we do have 4 games left to come. Painter won't play again until the very last of them. He's going to face Jim McEwen then. McEwen in action after the break in an all-tartan tungsten tussle against Robert Thornton.
Yeah, another blockbuster match line up for you right here. Jim McEwen, he faces Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton really has made a strong start to his Group A campaign. Already 3 from 3, looking to make it 4 from 4 with a win over McEwen, who himself just the one victory for Chucky. A former Champions Week winner here is Jim McEwen, and he'll be looking to make some strong inroads in this special week of double trouble. Slower start, but for me, both these players have been the standout performers so far today. McEwen opened up his campaign with a 92.77, a 3-1 win over Mark Dubbridge. And that's narrowly. Robert Thornton just ever so slightly lower with a 92.76, 0.01 difference in the averages, but a 3-1 win for Thornton. But for me, Thornton's just been the Mr. Consistent, which is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
40.
Both these players will be fully aware of the capabilities of their opponent. Yeah, Robert Thornton might have had the shiniest, most sparkling career, but in recent years, McEwen has made a name for himself. Certainly up in Scotland.
100. 97.
Obviously, I was here all last week with Paul Nicholson, and we were saying just how good the darting landscape looks at the moment with all the opportunities. We've just seen
57.
The Seniors World Championship where John Henderson was crowned, but also we've got Pro Tour. We had Pro Tour last week, Pro Tour back in action as well. Development Tour, ADC. We're getting some really strong people coming here at the Super Series who've come via the ADC. There's just a lot of things on offer for players at the moment.
Yeah, there is. It's really fantastic stuff. And this is a bonus opportunity, and the players hoping to make the most of it. It doesn't stop them playing in Series 7. In fact, they've played this week. A nice little warm-up for it.
123. Jim, you require
McEwen
64.
will be looking to get his crown back from Scott Taylor. Both players will do anything to leave tops. And that's what McEwen leaves. And that's what he hits to take the opening leg.
Jim McEwen. Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, McEwen was, in my opinion, unlucky really when he lost 3-2 to Steve Brown. We mentioned it. Steve Brown's timing has been exemplary.
Remember here as well, he's standing up to a man who's unbeaten, Jim McEwen.
80.
He's only got one victory himself. But this start is very special, not just from him, from both players.
Yeah, a win here for Jim McEwen. I think that would just keep the table really quite interesting and open, even for the likes of Kev Painter, who unfortunately has yet to register a win.
140. 59. 100.
McEwen really does stare down at the dartboard. Not quite
100.
the levels that we saw from, say, Scott Taylor last week, who looked like he wanted to throw his darts through the dartboard.
Yeah, it's full focus, isn't it? Pure concentration.
$140. Robert, you require 150.
And it's working for Jim McEwen in this match. Could be on course if he wins this one 3-0. And the last two games have gone 3-0.
Jim, you require 41.
To set the highest average by some distance. Which, of course, would be a double trouble record average, because It is the first day of double trouble, but
short in
that
the second leg. Jim
is a
McEwen.
14 darter to follow a 15 darter, which means with maybe
Third
only
leg
one
is
leg
Jim to
left to
throw
play,
first.
McEwen's averaging
Game on.
103.66.
Exceptional stuff from Jim McEwen. And doesn't come as a surprise, but you can see actually the golf in the averages as well.
It will change if he scores 0 here,
36.
but he does manage to get off the mark.
But there you can actually see just how big playing a double start,
56.
what the difference is, because his average just, even though he started the leg, he did score points, jumped down by 6 points.
I find it interesting with Jim McEwen. He won't blink once he starts that throwing motion. So now he'll blink a couple of times, maybe once, but he won't blink now until the dart's being delivered.
100.
That's how focused he gets.
But that in itself must be kind of exhausting. If you're here for a whole week and you're doing, if Jim, for example, doesn't top Group A, he'll be back in either Group B or C and has to do it all over again. I think people kind of sometimes underestimate the kind of mental strength that you need for the sport as well.
Yeah, it's that contradiction of a mix between 100% concentration
97.
and 100% relaxation. If you get sort of too
100.
tense, then you get stiff and you don't throw the darts properly. If you get too laid back, then you start lobbing them without the due care and attention that's required. Why, it's such a skill.
92.
A bit of a wild last one there from Chucky. So seeking out the treble 18. Single 18 would have left him on a finish.
100. 100.
All Robert Thornton can do now, just look to tap on the shoulder of McEwen.
100. Jim, you require 76.
Well, he could just brush him off his shoulder if he takes this out, but now to do that, he's going to have to tidy this up. Treble 17, I think, will be the route. That was the intention and the attempt.
36.
Thornton
Robert,
has
you
a chance
require
to stay in
100.
this. Oh, there's one. Yes, Robert. Another. Oh,
that's game short in the
absolutely
third leg.
superb from
Robert
Robert Thornton, who was as good as out of the match, but then produces a double checkout to stay in
Forward
it.
lag, it's
And in
Robert
this
to
short
throw
format,
first. Game on.
it can very quickly turn around.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. The highest finish for Thornton of the day so far, that 100. But when you actually look at his highest checkouts, it's 40 in his
28.
opening match, 60 in his win over Dubbridge, 40 once again, and now 100. I think that's just an indicator of how much he loves tops.
Interesting that he moved there to double 14 after missing tops and double 18.
No score.
First time we've really seen the sort of plan C from Robert Thornton.
121. 120.
McEwen now off the mark. But just finds himself chasing Robert Thornton.
38.
Doesn't really make the most of it. I think a 2 treble visit here and it could completely turn this leg around.
$100. 100.
McEwen looking to make a move here just to try and wrestle back the control of this tie A second treble would have
100.
got him down to a finish first, but now he's going to find himself in a last leg decider if Thornton can convert 2-1-4 in 6. And as we've mentioned a few times, Laura, the fact of having to throw in that wouldn't really make that much difference.
No, and he hasn't really made the inroads he was looking for there. Robert Thornton leaves himself on 160.
That's a great second dart from Jim McEwen. He sort of used the dart in the treble one, but also just to do it when you've put a dart there in this position. Hang on, hold that thought. Well, it would be
100.
the sweetest response for McEwen if he was to take out 100 to win the game.
Going the same route. There's one, needs a second.
Oh, wow.
Game shot.
Well, revenge is served up by Chucky Jim McEwen. Nothing sweeter than a repeater. Robert Thornton with a tops checkout to stay in the game. And then Jim McEwen served up 100 in exactly the same fashion to win the match 3-1. And they were 100% on their doubles to win legs in that match. In fact, you might have Jim McEwen 4 out of 3 there because of that tops finish. Brilliant game of darts, but it is McEwen who sees off Thornton, who loses for the first time in this group. They'll both be back in the last couple of matches, but next up it's Steve Brown against Mark Durbridge.
Welcome back to Double Trouble here at the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton has just been beaten for the first time. Jim McEwen inflicting defeat on the former World Grand Prix champion. Let's just show you what has happened so far today. Thornton made a flying start with his victory against Kevin Painter, went on to beat Mark Durbridge and Steve Brown as well, but McEwen ended that run with a 3-1 victory. Before that, McEwen had only won his first game, defeats to Steve Brown and Neil Duff for him as well. 3-0 win for Neil Duff against McEwen, but then he went down 3-0 to Mark Durbridge. And Steve Brown, who's been excellent, only beaten by Thornton, got a 3-0 victory against Kevin Painter. Painter yet to get a win so far in this group. So, I mean, that last game, it was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? Both players, Robert Thornton and Jim McEwen, produced really, really good finishes, not only needing one double top, but two double tops. Now, Thornton was behind in this match, on the brink of elimination. McEwen was waiting on tops, and Thornton got that double check out to win it. But in the very next leg, with Thornton waiting on 60, Jim McEwen did the same thing. A remarkable way to win the match, a brilliant exchange of play, and particularly apt on this double in, double out week. Yeah, really good stuff from them. McEwen got the victory in that one, and we'll have a look at the table now, because it means that Robert Thornton, of course, isn't stretching his lead as much as he thought he would be. In fact, it meant that Steve Brown sits at the top of the table on 6 points. McEwen joins Mark Durbridge and Neil Duff on 4. Kevin Painter doesn't have any points to his name yet. So now Steve Brown will get the opportunity to move 2 clear at the top of the table. Can he do it by defeating Mark Durbridge in the pair's final game of the day? We will find out at the end of this one. I'm going to head to comms to join Laura Turner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, here we are in our final round of fixtures. And first to finish the day off, Steve Brown and Mark Durbridge. Fair to say for Mark Durbridge, some mixed results. Does find himself with a couple of wins under his belt, but that's one less than Steve Brown. But a win for Mark here that could really, really mix things up as we head into day 2.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Steve kicks off all the action, and he was very, very convincing in his 3-0 win over Kevin Painter
60.
in his last outing. Ended up with an 88-41, but was averaging very high for the majority of that. He was 3 from 5 from doubles. Top finish of 76, but it was just all very clinical,
32.
and he's off to a good start once again here.
$180.
He backs up that good start with a maximum.
Yeah, it has been really impressive from Steve Brown.
100.
It was results first, wasn't it, for Steve Brown, and then performances have followed.
180.
Now he's performing to the peak of his powers.
Yeah, Mark Durbridge might be nicknamed the Flash.
135.
The flash scoring right now is coming
81.
from Steve Brown. Double 12.
69. $40.
Yeah, Mark Durbridge left scratching his head there.
Steve, you require 12. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Steve Brown.
Well, the strongest
Second
start
leg, it's Mark to
possible
throw
for Steve
first.
Brown.
Game on.
A 13 dart leg, in fact. I think that's the best of the day. Can't recall one better.
No, but the only person that had the chance to make it better was Steve Brown, who
36.
actually had a chance at double 12 after just 11. But he'll settle for 13. Comfortable opener.
No score. $139.
Steve now struggling to kick off.
No score.
6 darts come and gone. And that is the level we were talking about, isn't it? You go 13 darts and then you're 6 darts into the next leg and you haven't scored anything.
Yeah, we haven't seen loads of that today, have we? To be fair, the very first leg of the day was the worst leg in terms of players getting off on the double, but we haven't seen
120.
any players since then really struggle for 2 or 3 visits.
No, and the dreaded thought in the back of your mind when you start missing a few at that first double is you don't want to be the first player. You don't want it to happen at all, but you don't want to be the first player left on 501 as your opponent checks out the leg. It has happened. I'm sure it will happen this week.
92.
But as viewers and commentators, it's the element of double start that I enjoy the most. It's the jeopardy.
56.
Dubbridge has got plenty in hand here. Steve Brown 250 points behind after a slow start.
60. Mark, you require 36.
It is just about the only format.
Yeah, that's game should then a
And
second
I'm not
leg.
suggesting that happened in that leg, but where you do see players actually give up on a leg sometimes. They sort of know it's over. They haven't got off with 9 darts for opponents on a finish. But Mark Dubbridge's brilliant comeback leg should tell everyone never to give up on any leg.
60.
Absolutely. Never over till it's over.
I remember Raymond van Barneveld once at the Grand Prix just started sort of petulantly throwing at the bullseye.
36.
Well, both off in this leg, but Steve Brown looking to fill up that
140.
treble 20 bed again. Almost did. Well, even today, you say about kind of not giving up on a leg. Mark Dubbridge missed 14 darts at a double. Afforded Kevin Painter a bit of an opportunity to get back in, which he couldn't take. It goes to what you're saying. Legs aren't ever over till they're over. Quite often we've seen players, they race into that lead and kind of relax and don't have that sense of urgency until all of a sudden the opponent's caught up with them.
43. $60.
Well, Brown this time
140.
is the one that's holding a healthy lead.
140.
Yeah, the legs so far in this match have all been won at a bit of a canter. Just
60. Steve, you require 56.
due to the way that both players have started in the various legs.
Yeah, that's game shot at the third leg.
That's another
Steve
good
Brown.
leg there from Steve Brown. 17 darts.
Yeah, looking like a really good day for Steve Brown.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Started with a 3-1
Game
win against Neil Duff. He then got the better of Jim McKeown in a last leg decider.
56.
His only defeat came at the hands of Robert Thornton, and that was in a 5th leg as well. And then a really strong, convincing win against Kevin Painter with a polished
No
performance
score.
in that one.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Steve Brown is very much involved with the JDC, the ADC
45.
as well. And perhaps he wants a top group A. Perhaps he's obviously got a bit of work on the JDC to do. He needs a couple of days off because he's playing with some real force, some real determination.
No score.
Well, we said it hasn't happened much where players have gone 2 or 3 visits without hitting a double to start, but Steve Brown has now gone 2 full
55.
visits without. And it ends there. I've suggested
75.
we might see a 9-dart finish this week in this format. I'm going to ask you the question at the other end of the scale. Do you think we'll see anyone get brushed?
Yeah, I do. I see it being
96.
quite likely. It's especially as your opponent's getting closer and closer to that finish. You haven't actually started. It's something that probably starts
97.
filling your thoughts. You try even harder.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, unfamiliar with that term, it is when your opponent finishes a leg and you're still on 501. Haven't scored a single point. I've been there before and that wasn't double start.
Mark Uruguay 109.
That's some going, Murph.
109 here for Dubbridge to force a decider in this all Bristol battle.
57. 125. Mark Uruguay.
So much of that bed open for him to have made the maximum. Have to settle for 125 if he comes back.
44. Steve Uruguay 126.
Well, this could be the end. If Steve Brown can locate treble 19 and the bullseye, it's over.
101.
And he wasn't too far away.
Uruguay 8. Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth leg. Mark Dubbridge.
We go all the way to a piece.
Fifth and final leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on. $120.
Once again, perfectly timed from Steve Brown. Gets off first start.
$36.
Bit of a strange match in this one particularly because the legs that each of them have won, no one else, the other player hasn't really been in contention
97.
on the basis of how they've started.
Yeah, that can happen, can't it, in this format?
$97.
But it's all about this one leg now to see whether or not Steve Brown makes it 4 from 5 or whether
100.
Dubbridge can actually go level on points with him. He does have the better of their head-to-head record over their
60.
career. I mean, they've played loads of games that aren't on record, of course, in their local area. But in terms of PDC darts, it's 4 wins for Mark Dubbridge,
70.
2 wins for Steve Brown, including, though, the most recent, although recent is a stretch. It was some 6 years ago.
$58. Steve Uruguay 114.
Comfortable lead now for Steve Brown. Needs tops for the match.
94.
Desperately close. But Mark Dubbridge, 230 points adrift.
140. Steve Uruguay 20.
Double 5.
10. Mark Uruguay 110.
That 140 puts Dubbridge 110 points away from a victory. Now he needs tops.
90. Steve Uruguay
Great reaction there
10.
from Mark Dubbridge. He knew that was close,
Game
but
shot
it does
and a
go
match.
the way of Steve Brown. It's 3 legs to 2 in favour of Stephen. Yeah, again, you can see how much he's enjoying it up there. Enjoyed the win and great camaraderie between the two players. Ended up Steve Brown with an average of just under 80 at 79.55. Mark Dubbridge 76.30. Not much to split them. 30% on the finishes for Steve Brown, 28 for Dubbridge, but it's that end result that counts, and it's 3-2 to Steve. Well, coming up next, we've got Robert Thornton, and he faces Duffman Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is double trouble week. But Steve Brown's had no trouble at all on the doubles. What a day for you! What a start!
Yeah, obviously I didn't know what to expect. Obviously these guys have been preparing for World Championships in over the last 2 or 3 weeks. So, I've got to come into it with not a lot of practice, if I'm honest. But I am very familiar with the format because I play in the Redfield Monday Night League in Bristol. It's double start, one leg, 501. So I'm pretty used to the intense format.
Yeah, and it is intense, isn't it? I think we saw the very first leg of the day in the match between Robert Thornton and Kevin Painter. That was the worst that anyone's done in terms of getting off. It took the longest in that game. So they got it out of the way for you boys, and then you've kind of all been pretty decent in getting off.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a nightmare for the bookies because, how can you predict it's not, you might have the throw, you're not necessarily going to get away first. So for the bookies, it must be a nightmare. And for anybody watching, the jeopardy is there, isn't it?
On your own day as well, me and Laura Turner in comms were saying in the first couple of matches, it was your timing that was really on point. But in the last 2 games, the performances have been there as well, decent averages and really good displays. Yeah,
I think that comes with experience. And, obviously sometimes, especially double start, if you don't get away, then you have to be sensible with yourself. If you're 6 starts behind your opponent, then don't get too stressed out about it. Go for the motions. Obviously, you're trying your best, but don't get too upset if you lose a leg. You're always concentrating on the leg after.
Robert Thornton was the only player that beat you. He's now been beaten, so you're top of the table. It's looking really good for a fight to get through this group and maybe put your feet up and watch everyone else go through it for a couple of days.
Well, not my wildest dreams. I think I'll be in that position after what day 1. But also against Robert, I missed 4 match starts maybe against Robert, and I've not played my best today. I do think I'll grow into this week, and hopefully I'll get better.
Absolutely. And what's the plan then for tomorrow in terms of, are we going to do a bit more practice, or are you feeling the way you've played, keep it the same?
Yeah, no, to be honest, no. I feel I'm quite a naturally confident player anyway. But I said I've not put a lot of hours in, but I do feel like as the week goes on, this is going to be my practice, so I'll be all right.
Well, we'll let you get away. Well done today, and good luck for the rest of the week. And we'll hand you back to Laura Turner to guide you through the next one.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, great to hear from Steve Brown, who, as he said, he's going to grow into the week. Well, if that's the case, then I think he's going to be causing some real problems for the rest of the field. 4 wins from the 5. Only person that can actually join him on the same number of points is that man there, Robert Thornton. But he faces Neil Duff. Neil Duff finds himself with 2 wins today.
It's Robert to throw first.
Fair to say for Neil Duff, probably had a bit of a mixed bag in terms of his consistency at this format. We saw him earlier take out 2 wonderful finishes, a 130, which he then backed
36.
up with a 142. Then had 10 missed starts for the match, which he did see out eventually against Jim McEwen, 1-3-0, but needed a lot of chances to get across the line.
$59.
Well, both these players off the mark.
$26.
Robert Thornton there. Seeing that 26 really looking to punish it, and he does.
37. $60.
Thornton just taking his time, working out what he's got left.
83.
And I can assure you that was not the intended target, but comfortable lead in this match as Neil Duff finds the first maximum.
Yeah, it just gets him back into this leg.
Well, I just did the commentator's curse. I said that Thornton had a comfortable lead.
Well, I mean, he's still favourite, isn't he, to win it 6 tops when he returns, but he'll be under pressure that he might not have been under.
97. Robert, you require 46. Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Robert Thornton.
And that's how it does indeed pan out.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
I was just saying, as you were hot-footing it up to the commentary box, Chris, that quite interesting to hear the comments from Steve Brown, despite not having much practice. You know, he's just bringing that natural confidence that he's got and
79.
thinks that he's going to warm into the actual event as well. Well, I think that could worry the rest of the field because he's 4 wins from 5 already.
137.
Yeah, it was a very confident
100.
interview, to be fair. It wasn't. He did say at one point, in his wildest dreams, he wouldn't have been in this position, but then towards the end, he sort of said, well, I think I can get better.
140.
It was interesting as well, like the fact that he actually plays locally in this kind of format. It's not a format that you'll
58.
find in a lot of places, but having that additional understanding that, as he said, if you see a leg going away from you, don't panic about it. It happens.
58. 100. Neil, you require
Both players
164.
on the same finish. And Neil Duff hunting it down.
Another player that likes to tell himself off, Neil Duff, when things don't go quite right.
92. Robert, you require 164.
Did actually pass Robert Thornton in the corridor on the way to interview Steve Brown. He was coming out to prepare for this match, and he sort of joked
66.
that
Neil, you
they're ahead of
require
schedule.
72.
And I just said, Robert, yeah, well, the organisers must have expected you all to miss a lot more darts at double. Has to rescue this. Double 11 to do so. Oh, not
No
only has he missed
score.
it, he's bust it.
Robert, you require 98.
Yeah, for a moment there, Robert Thornton, in his previous throw, was so disgusted, I thought he was going to walk off the stage.
Yeah, that's game short in a
But
second.
rights
lap.
that wrong.
Robert
and
Thornton.
it's 2.98 checkout.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt Neil Duff, isn't it? Having had
Third leg, it's Robert
an
to throw
opportunity
first.
like that.
Game on.
72, he misses the big number, gets the treble to rectify it, and then busts his score by hitting the wrong double.
101.
Only to see Thornton take out 98 in 2.
You could argue that this is the kind of treatment that Duff did
101.
bring out over Jim McEwen with the 130 checkout, the 142 checkout. He's just now on the receiving end.
59. 40. 140.
Well, Thornton looking to finish level with
100.
Steve Brown. At least give him something to think about. Not going to be up top alone.
121.
Yeah, and from this position, it's looking rather likely.
100. Robert, you require 80.
Single for double.
60.
And just
Neil, you
clattered
require
into that top
160.
dart.
So double 10.
60. Robert, you
For
require
Robert Thornton
20.
to make it 4 from 5. Absolutely
and a match.
exceptional
Robert
day for him. He will be level at the top of the table with Steve Brown come the end or play, whatever happens in the final match. Jim McEwen trying to close the gap to the top two, but Robert Thornton with another average in the 90s sees off Neil Duff with ease. 3-0. One more match to come then, and it's whether or not Kevin Painter can pick up any points that is the question. He is up against Chucky, Jim McEwen. So the final game of day one of Double Trouble features Jim McEwen, who's had a decent day at the office. He's looking to put himself into P3, having amassed 4 points along with Mark Durbridge and Neil Duff, but has this game in hand to move on to 6, which will put him 2 behind the league leaders, Steve Brown and Robert Thornton. If he does do that, it would mean that Kevin Painter would have suffered a pointless day on Monday at MODUS. Can he
First leg,
stop
it's Kevin the
that prospect?
First. Game on.
Or would it be more misery inflicted by McEwen? Well, McEwen will be out for a little bit of revenge. A pair only played a couple of days ago, and Jim was averaging 108. Won the first 7 legs of a first to 3 set match. So was 2-0 in sets and 1-0 in legs up against Kevin Painter. And poised to go on and win the game
60.
a little later when Painter took out a stunning 140 checkout with 2 double tops and went on to defeat Jim McEwen. He used 2 sets of darts
85.
in that match, actually. He changed his darts at the break when he was 2 sets behind. From these to the other set we've seen him use today. So I just don't know whether it suits him or not. It's easy to say on a day when he's lost all of his matches that it doesn't, but in that match against McEwen, it did do the trick for Kevin.
Yeah, sometimes when you're struggling, and let's be honest, Kev hasn't had the best of days.
81.
You do tend to look for something that can improve it, and he's probably drawing on that match that he's had and hoping that the same thing will happen, but hasn't done the trick. And arguably, as the day's gone on here for Kev Painter,
46.
progressively more difficult for him. Lost the opening 3 legs to 2 in some quite tight affairs, but then 3-1 and a 3-0 loss.
He's making good headway in this one, despite that previous score of 43. He's got 100 on Jim McEwen at the moment.
85. $58.
And looking back over Kev's performances throughout this session, I think the one that possibly would have hurt, the one that got away, was that match against Neil Duff. Painter was 2 from 12, had another 10 opportunities at the outer ring, couldn't convert. And
125.
after then,
Gavin
just hasn't been able to recover it.
142.
Needs to find a way to bounce back.
$80. Jim, you require 90.
20s. Single leaves bull. Treble leaves double 5.
No score.
Wow. Saw that
Gavin, you require 62.
kind of thing happen in the previous match to Neil Duff. McEwen's left himself back on 90 here.
Ups 12 for tops.
42. Jim, you require
Got to do it all
90.
again, Jim. Treble leaves double 5. Double 5, that is.
85.
Can't find it. Do you remember the Phil Taylor one when he bust 130 in back-to-back legs in the UK Open? That was, I think, against Aidan Kirk many years ago.
And that face
No score.
tells you everything you need to
Jim,
know
you
about what
require
Kevin Painter
5.
is thinking right now.
Even in a leg where Jim McEwen's made a real mess of it, Kevin Painter still hasn't managed to cross the line. And he's having a good look at Jim McEwen there. I think Kevin Painter was kind of questioning the McEwen route mentally, because when you do
Second
go that
leg
way,
is
I
Jim
understand
to
it,
throw
McEwen
first.
being a tops player, but when you do go that way, you do make it a little bit more sort of volatile, don't you? Because if you miss inside the double 1, you don't get a second dart at double.
Yeah, I agree. But
120.
put to good effect in the end for Jim McEwen.
$60.
hard as well as a player when your fortunes aren't quite going the way that you want them to. It's how you can change your mindset, and you don't have a lot of time in between the matches to really kind of get yourself together, to refocus,
77.
try and find that positivity. One thing I think I've learned since kind of being, especially in the commentary box with the Super Series, you have to learn to draw a line under whatever happened previously very, very quickly.
Yeah, and even quicker in this shorter format.
140.
Yeah, best of 5. It's one of those kind of formats that you feel can go either way.
81. Jim, you
When
require
you've
120.
got players of this quality, but then you chuck in the element of double start, and it really has got that level of jeopardy.
Well, it'll be interesting to have more conversations with the players as the week goes on, because it was really, really intriguing to hear what Steve Brown said, that he actually plays double start one leg
50.
quite a lot in his local area. So that's definitely would have sharpened him up for this format.
Yeah, could you imagine one leg and being brushed? That's it. The whole total of your night will be 0.
Jim, you require 70.
Yeah. 0 average. 0 points so far for Kevin Painter.
30. Gavin, you require
Unless he takes that
148.
148, he might be one leg away from that being reality at the end of the day.
45. Jim, you require 40.
For 2-0.
Yeah, that's
Good adjustment there for Jim McEwen.
Jim McEwen.
And that is 2-0. And Kevin Painter just staring down his second consecutive 3-0 loss.
Third leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Just had word from the producer, Laura, and I think they want you to interview Kevin after this match.
That's fine. I think I'm going to lock the comms box if that is the case. Yeah, you know Kev as well. He'll be brutally honest if we were to speak to him, but I wouldn't recommend doing it straight after 5 consecutive losses.
105.
Yeah, and he'll be extra determined, won't he? He'll be disappointed, devastated at the end of the day, if that is the case. Of course, he can turn things around. He's done it in a much worse situation than this against Jim McEwen in the last few days, but he'll dust himself down and come back with the bit between his teeth tomorrow.
$100.
Yeah, I won't expect this trend to continue for Kevin Painter. He's far too good a player.
60.
McEwen hoping to make the most of a moody Monday today for the artist.
$125.
Jim McEwen edging ever closer to that winning line. And
60.
yeah, Kev just cannot find the treble.
The total opposites, aren't they, Painter and McEwen? He just doesn't give anything away, Jim, does he?
No, he'd definitely be one for my poker team.
91.
Well, he didn't have to wait long to get that repeat meet with Kevin Painter after that disappointing defeat at the hands of the former Players' Champion at the end of last week.
Jim,
And it looks like it was
80.
worth the wait. Double 10.
$60.
Yeah, and it doesn't go. Although he'll be back, Kevin Painter just not able to leave himself even an opportunity to rescue the match. Can only put on a bit of pressure and
86.
hope that Jim McEwen misses once again.
Jim, you require 20. Game shot.
And he doesn't miss once again.
Jim McEwen.
Kevin Painter loses once again. It is 5 defeats from as many matches from the artist who will go back to the drawing board for tomorrow. Jim McEwen, however, he will be pretty happy with his day's work. It is 3 wins, 6 points, and that keeps him just 2 off the top 2, Steve Brown and Robert Thornton, as McEwen ends the day by beating Kevin Painter by 3 legs to 0. Yeah, it wasn't that bad, was it, Laura? Double trouble. No trouble for some of the players, but one player in big trouble, Kevin Painter, after that one.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind session, hasn't it? The shorter format, the element of doubles, but yeah, it just hasn't gone the way of Kevin Painter today, and you could see that frustration building throughout today. Started quite well, unlucky, a couple of 3-2 defeats, but ended on a couple of 3-0 losses as well. So yeah, lots of work to do tomorrow for Kevin Painter.
Yeah, let's have a full look at all 15 results from today then. Here they are. Robert Thornton got off to a really good start, as did Steve Brown, and they both ended up winning 4 matches each. As we mentioned, Kevin losing all of his games. But let's talk about the player that he lost to in that last one, because he's the one in the middle of that. 6 points for Jim McEwen. You said in our chat earlier on that he's the one that's sort of below the surface, ready to make a move, and he looks like he is ready to pounce.
Yeah, I do believe so. I think, he was unlucky to have that 3-0 loss against Neil Duff. Neil Duff pulled out a 130 checkout, a 142 checkout, and then saw out the match eventually. So he probably found himself a bit unlucky there. And against Steve Brown, who we spoke about, his timing today, Steve Brown, was impeccable. Then his play became exceptional, which is why he's sat on 8 points. But yeah, Jim, I think he's just one of the movers. Just started to pick everything up, and the games that he's lost today, he's either been well beaten because the opponents played better, or he's just been very unlucky with timing.
Yeah, one of the games he won was one of the best games we've seen today, and one of the best endings to a game. And I think it's worth seeing again when Robert Thornton and Jim McEwen did battle, the way that they ended that match. Thornton staying in it with a fantastic double-double finish. And it is in his DNA to do stuff like this. McEwen was waiting on 40 for the match, so when Thornton does this, you think that could really hurt Jim McEwen. But then in the very next leg, he does the very same thing to win it. Yeah,
and you could actually see Jim McEwen when that dart was going in, shaking his head. But it's very much a case of anything you can do, I can do too. And it probably would have been, it was poetic at the end. We quite enjoyed it. I'm sure Robert Thornton didn't enjoy it, but from a viewer's point of view and for us in the commentary box, it was fantastic.
It really was. Let's talk about Steve Brown as well, because he is the man at the top of the table, level on points, slightly better leg difference. He's played some really good stuff today. I think the way that we put it in comms was that earlier came the results, later came the performances.
Yeah, and I have to agree 100%. He's just kind of grown in confidence. It was interesting hearing him speak that he's a confident person anyway, but he wouldn't in his wildest dreams have thought he'd be leaving here with 8 points. But it's great to see him up on the oche. He's enjoying it. He said himself he probably hasn't had the best level of preparation. That being said, it was interesting. He does play in a double start league, which is one leg, which I don't think you can get any more cutthroat than that, to be fair. So, he's putting all of those experiences to good use and, top of the table.
Yeah, enjoying it, as you said. Let's talk about the other couple of players in the group, Mark Dubbridge and Neil Duff. We'll start with Flash, because I think he's kind of been in and out, hasn't he, today?
Yeah, I think you could probably say the same for both. It's been those levels of consistency, taking the chances when they actually do come up. He's one of those players, isn't he? You know he's got this in his locker. It's just finding it on a regular basis. But good 3-0 victory over Neil Duff, which kind of shows the inconsistencies that we've had with Neil Duff as well. He's been up and down, but, you know, they've got points on the board. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and Duff, we know that he can really have brilliant days. We've seen him do it here before at the Super Series, but just didn't look massively comfortable all the time. I mean, there were some moments like this, where he looked brilliant, but he was getting in that Thornton painter mindset of beating himself up sometimes. Yeah,
and I think they're three players that you will hear them be vocal. You will hear them tell themselves off. They are very, you know, they wear their emotions on their sleeve, and we spoke about it as well. You can't really let that happen too often, because then you take away those negative comments. They're kind of taken away from the game. So if you can get over that and hopefully push forward, I imagine to see a better version of Neil Duff, a more consistent version of Neil Duff tomorrow, because we've seen flashes of brilliance, but just not the consistency.
Yeah, and it is all about consistency, which is hard to get in this format. Let's take a look at the table at the end of day one, and the two players that found that consistency are Steve Brown and Robert Thornton. Jim McEwen ready to pounce, but Mark Dubbridge and Neil Duff, the two players we've talked about, certainly not out of it in terms of winning the group.
No, absolutely not. They've all kind of put themselves, barring Kevin, in a good position, really. I think Mark Dubbridge, Neil Duff, they may have thought a couple of the other results could have gone their way, but I think they'll be happy with the way they've played to have picked up a couple of wins. But yeah, for me, it's those two at the top and Jim in that chasing position. I think they're the three that are really going to be pushing forward over the next couple of days and vying for that Group A and automatic qualification to Saturday.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an unpredictable format, but has anything or anyone surprised you today?
No, I don't think so. Like you say, I think we were expecting the things, the twists, turns, and we've seen a few of those. I think maybe the consistency from Dubbridge and Duff, that surprised me at times, and then they show these moments of brilliance. So if that can be addressed, then I think actually it's going to be quite tight. But from what I've seen so far, those top three, they're running the risk of running away with it.
And have you seen enough from anyone to really give you confidence to pick a winner of this group?
Ooh, yeah, I'm torn. I'll be honest. I'm torn between Brown and Thornton, just from what I've seen today. But they've got to replicate it tomorrow, and then they've got to replicate it Wednesday. So and you've got a wounded Kevin Painter coming back, which can be quite dangerous. So very hard to predict. But for me, it's going to be one of those two based on what I've seen today.
I see what you're doing there, doubles week. So you pick two.
It's fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we'll do it all again tomorrow. Do join us 9:30 a.m. for the second day of Double Trouble, live and exclusive on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.